1, 2. Hold on. That's wrong. I think we got this. Test 1, 2, mic check. What's going on, baby? Oh my God. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody out there. How y'all doing? I'm trying to get the office set up here. You know, I was thinking of trying to figure out like a and get everybody in here. Check 1, 2. Let's get this started. I'm not waiting around here for this. Okay. Good morning out there. How y'all doing? Welcome back. I think I streamed most of last week. Came on for Friday for a little bit. End of the day. I've been physically hurt, and then I did go running for the Thanksgiving 5K, and then I moved a Christmas tree. I shouldn't have done that, so I'm still not up to par here. I've been to the doctor a few times, emergency room once, and then doctor a few times. Still not working. I'm actually getting worse, I think. So we'll see how that goes the rest of this week. But I just want you to bear with me if you can. I've been in a lot of pain, so I may need to take a break every couple hours, hour or two to get up and move around. My pain is not going away. It's getting worse. So that's the first thing I want to leave you with. When I left you over Thanksgiving, let's go take a look at here. When I left you over Thanksgiving, I wanted to see a little bit more continuation than the Sunday drop that was in here. Not only that, I was trying to like top line this for you. So I wanted to see, and I had some extra calls here. I actually opened, we closed a bunch of crap last Friday, and then I opened, we closed a bunch of stuff in here on Friday, but then I opened a bunch of Friday calls for the long weekend into today. Not today, yesterday. Now, my expectations...
1 minute to go now to begin the mark on an open imbalance data.
Voice news disconnected.
My expectations were for us to gap up. It's not like it's not like we needed it to gap up. Right in here. Not like we wanted it, not like we had to have a gap up, but you want to see this gap up here. So I'm going to make this slightly larger. This gap up right in here just to touch this line here for Monday. Let's bring this back a little bit just so you can see this. So this one right here. The preference is to have hit this on Monday. Now, when we did not do that yesterday, the first thing I thought on Sunday night was, we're going to kill the chain. When I saw, so I was pretty loud. I apologize for that. On Sunday night, we started selling off. I'm like, yeah, this is not selling off like Doom. This is, we're going to start selling before we ever get to Monday open to start selling. We kind of figured we'd sell Monday or or even flatten and a gap up Monday. They didn't do either. We didn't get either of those follow throughs either Sunday. Sorry about that. We didn't get either of those follow throughs either on Sunday or on Monday. And what this is now telling me, you know what that tells me? It tells me there's like too many people on the same side of the boat. And over the weekend, like all last week and then into the weekend, all I read was like story after story after story after story that we're in the holiday trade and everybody needs to jump on board. And as soon as I see that, the first thing I think to myself is, oh, fuck, we're just going to grind. Not only grind, but probably not even get a print until end of the month or maybe even into early January. So we need to discuss this. Let's go back and look here on the left-hand side. We need to put these 2 place marks in here. So first thing we're going to look at here is, let's get to an hour. Hang tight here. First thing we need to look at here is the first drop. It's right here. Right in here. That's roughly 685, 68. It's probably the one we want to keep an eye on the most. We'll bring this one over here. This is the one that I was hoping we'd go up and pop into. And I didn't care if we did it on, I didn't care if we did this on Sunday. I didn't care if we dropped down here and did this yesterday. I wanted to see just that tip. You know, it's not the whole thing. It's just literally like, just kiss it. And when you see that, you know what that means, right? We can go as far down as you want. We're coming back for the next one, right? It's the tipping your wick up, right? Trade or down, right? It doesn't really matter if it's down or up, but it implies, of course, in this scenario, it imply we've got more buyers than sellers. But I'm betting that, you know, it's not just the fact that we rode this whole fucking thing up here, but I just wanted to see that last little bit. And so what that tells me is that we're going to grind. That's the first thing it tells me. Grind. And everybody's in the same trade. So everybody's going to get long. You know, everybody's going to buy some calls here. Right? Oh, yeah, it's Monday. Let's buy a bunch of calls. Slam it back down again. Buy a bunch of calls. Slam it back down again. Too many people on the same side of the boat is what it looks like to me. But we have to look at some other stuff here. We got a bunch of crap we got to look at here. Check this one right here. You know, this one is more like down here. Somewhere in here. I say it's this one. I don't think it's the first red bar here because I think that one's higher. I usually go at the second red wick down. Well, the first red wick down, if it's lower than the green candle, I'll take that one too. Somewhere in here. And just going back to that whole story that was pushed over Thanksgiving and then Thanksgiving weekend and up into Sunday. The narrative being we're in the Fed put holiday trade. So if we're in the Fed put holiday trade, what does that look like? It looks something like this. It really sucks. It's not a fun thing. It's like to the 15th. And it may not even matter if we hit this or not. It may not. You just get too many call buying, too much of everybody in the same trade. Now, I'll give you that we can go up here and tag this at some point this week. But what it turns into is like this larger downside move and then almost like a grind. And we do it all at one time. It's kind of stupid. Show it to you. It's something like this. And they might tag that once, but then it's like down over here, grind. And then the lever comes off on like the 20th or 21st. And you got to remember for December, just check OPEX, make sure I got this right. I think I do. Just want to check. I think it's 20th or 21st, but I just want to check. 19th. So right in here. Right there. It's something like this. And they finally cut us loose in here. And if you wanted something that looks like this, if you wanted some kind of a idea of what this looks like, prior history. I also noticed on Saturday or Sunday, I went back and looked at the SPX. Let's check here. There's SPX. Right here. Hold on. Go over here. Wait a minute. I gotta go to a day. Way back in time. It almost reminds me of 1989. Over here. Let me tell you 1 second. I gotta take this. Did you say you were from JPM?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, can I call you back later this afternoon?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a private client advisor, just following up from a conversation.
Thank you very much. I'll call you back. All right, bye. The JPM Private Bank. Ooh. Okay. Let's go back to what we're talking about here. Oh, evil Hyman, Jamie Jaime Dimon. I got the Jamie Dimon conversation going on. Sorry, I had to take a phone call from a private bank. Okay, so let me see. What do we got here? 1989. January, February, April, March, June, December, right there. Let's look at that one right there. And I find this fascinating. This is December 1st right here. And it's not exact, but this is December. Let me go back to the right there. And then let's just take a peek at this. And there it is right there. So it's not the exact same sing-song, but we invaded Panama in December of this year right here. And we invaded Panama right here. And the market screamed higher. What else I found was fascinating was this was the prior high over here. And there's like this, we got this prior high right here we had to beat. We had one more and failed this one big time, right? And then there was one more plunge here into middle of December. And then the super ramp up here. Don't worry about all what happens in January. That doesn't mean anything. The key takeaways here is that we get shanked, right? The idea being is we're up here, we think that's going to happen, we think that's going to happen, we think we're going to take this one out maybe, right? And then go up here later. And there was like an early shank. And then we stayed down into fairly late in the month. Now, this isn't the same market as it was in 89, but this is the 20th right here. And this is where we invaded Panama. You would have thought, or people probably wondering, hey, if we invade Venezuela, is the market going to go down? No. And I talk about this frequently where we invade countries on OpEx. That's very common. If you go back and look at all of our invasions, they typically take place right on OpEx. And like Monroe Doctrine and all this stuff with South America, it's all the same to me. It's all like Russia, China influence, keeping the Panama Canal open. I group Venezuela in with that same thing. So when I see the U.S. forces building up over the coast, outside of the coast of the Caribbean, all I'm thinking is U.S. Western hegemony. It's not even U.S. It's literally Western hegemony. All this stuff stems from like France and England. It goes even back farther than that. But when I look at stuff like this, this looks very familiar. This price action looks, it's not the same, but it kind of looks right to me, And then you have your holiday rally right up into, in this case, a little bit later. So this is the second, and this is the third. So I would say a couple key takeaways here would be this. If you are long, currently, if you are long into the end of the year, I have a bunch of shit still on for the end of December. And it expires. I probably shouldn't say this publicly. Probably like some asshole out there that's like, I'm going to fuck this guy. But I have some shit on for the end of the year. And I either have to try to get out, like in here, and then reset maybe for early January, maybe like a week or two into January, maybe even later. Or I have to close on, this is a little bit bizarre here. It's not supposed to look like this, but you get the gist, right? This goes to the 20th. And then this goes straight up into, let's call it like the second or third. The bigger question for me is like, if I'm in call spreads, am I able to get out here and make some money? Or is it going to be just $1 a day late and $1 short? And we're like going vertical here on the 2nd and 3rd of January. Does it make sense? So not only do they wash out all of these early call buyers here, if everybody's on the same trade, not only are they washing out these guys over here. Remember all these guys? We were bouncing, right? We were out of here. We're like, yeah, we'll look for somewhere to buy a dip. So we buy a dip in here, comes back down. Anybody that hasn't sold those calls are still in the money right now. They're still doing well. The question becomes, do you exit here and then look for a second rebuy with a little bit later time on it? And that's my big question. My big question is, do we exit up here before a roll? If we begin at any point to lose an hourly trigger, to go down deeper, do we exit and then reposition and roll those calls to a later date in January? And here's your first chance. I mean, still even today where we are, your chances are still as good here to exit and get long again lower, or you risk not getting that second print on the last day of the trading year, and then they actually print in January. So I want to say this is a case of a few things. A case of the impending invasion in Venezuela is still on my mind. That would probably take place after. You also have some Fed stuff coming up on the 10th. I believe that's on the 10th. But you also have everybody in the same boat again. It's like every time we get people in the same boat, and the fear starts to go away, if we're on a high, it's a problem. If it's on a low, it's not so bad. Like when we're down here, everything is great. But as soon as we're on that, hey man, it's the holiday trade, and it's fucking December 1st. It wasn't even December 1st. It was like the last week, all last week. All it was noise. Holiday trades on, holiday trades on, risk on, holiday trades on. We're back again. Get long, everybody. And it's the same shit that was over here too. So you may want to consider. I'm considering, at least, if we hit this top target here, closing everything I got, closing the entire trade out somewhere up in here right now. I would prefer to hit this one right here and then close it all out and then come back again and do it one more time. So I think it's something we have to think about here. Let's take a look. I want try to keep some of this stuff here. Let's look at daily velocity has improved. Weekly velocity looks great once again. Monthly, quarterly, all looks good here. Mm, 15 minutes getting a little long in the tooth, not quite yet. Half an hour is a little weak. Not much here on hourly velocity. So I'm not catching anything here on either side of this stuff here. Let's go over here. No, let's go over this one. This is how we know we sweep down here. You look at this. You definitely don't want to lose anything. I don't want to lose the market just yet. Check something here. You can see that we're locked in here. It's a nice little island here. This all looks good. You can see the push up right here. Back up again, back down again, back up again, back down again. This white line right here will signal a breakout. This is the buy the dipped line down here. 678.70 or 678.59. I mean, assuming this is the hope here, right? Sellers trying to come in and push this down. And there's the flush right here. There is some gaps in here. I'm trying to dick around with this sideways move. You can see this grind, 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 grind. Let's go back over here for a minute. This is a mess. Yeah, buyer here, right? Buyer here. Should be buyer right here. Or there. And we never did our we never really did our distribution either. There's the one. This is supposed to be 2, 3, and then down. And they're coming in here for the 2. They're trying to get the early distribution. I still don't believe this one. I think this is a trap for sellers. I can't say that I can't say that I believe that you're going to fail this. I think there's a bear trap in here. If you failed this now, you know, if you failed this right now, I would expect something down there. That's not good enough for me. And all these sellers here, right in here, they're trying to say the way is lower down here. So you need to get that for it to be something like this, or even like that into end of year. If you fail this immediately here, you're probably down there, and you're probably something like this. I mean, how many chances do you get to break through these guys here? Here's look, you got one. There's the first one, told no. Second one, told no. Third one, told no. Oh, I'd say the way is lower. So I'm gonna go with up. Stick with up. unless proven otherwise. And these guys are saying the same thing. It's up, right? Saved it. Hockey stick save. Yeah. And if you lose this right here, if you lose 680, I'd want to see. If we lost 680, I'd want to see. I'd want to see more than even this. I'd want to see the weekly low at 674. Somewhere in there. There's no real point, is there? We might as well bring the whole thing back. Take half that trade away. Let's go over here. Hold on. This is the third. That's Wednesday. There's Friday. $790. Yeah, it has to go up. You don't really have a choice. All this shows to me is too many people on the same boat. Maybe take that one out, that 87. Either this 85, 80, 55, a 7. There's your 1, 2, 3. So your 1, 2, and 3, and then your jackknife in there. Two, 3. One, 2, 3. Too many people, same side of the fucking boat. And this fucker just goes bam. And there's the 10th right there. You see that? That's Tuesday. What is this, like? Trader's Brace? Trader's Brace for FOMC. How the fuck are we getting down there into... Somehow we're selling off into FOMC. That's what I've got. Maybe it's up in here for FOMC. No cut. Hawkish cut, maybe. And then recovers after FOMC. Friday close, 1600. We're going up already. See it? A little bit farther down. This is your jump point right here. Buy is right here. And then some kind of like Monday trader's brace from FOMC. Hawkish 25-point cut. Questions, maybe? Maybe some more bullshit with Panama. And then you've got Friday. There's 680. So there's 680 to escape out of OpX. There's your daily trigger right here. Yeah, daily trigger gets parked in here. And then you don't really get off to the races again until the end of the month. It's so fucking close, too. Like, there's Wednesday the 31st. You know, it's something like this. Here's 680. You know, some kind of stupidity up here. It really is stupid like this. I know this looks kind of fucking stupid, but it really is like, here's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. No, maybe it's first week, worst case scenario. It's some kind of fucking nonsense like this. You know, of course, these are like, the chart that I showed you earlier with the big bars in here, you know, those are all up in there somewhere. Then you at the same time, you're killing all the 700 calls in here. And this is where my fear is, like the 700, 695 target. You don't hit that shit until, you know, where you could just murder all these fucking options, and then, you know, it's like wham up here. December, like, you know, 5th, 6th, or some bullshit like that. I'm giving you till the 9th, but. And just fucking grind everybody in here. You can kind of see that daily velocity going that way too. You kind of see that daily velo. Yeah, maybe a little bit of nonsense like that, but you get the gist. That velocity just rips us up. That's that last trade of the year too. If you look on daily velocity, you can see it quite clearly. Go back and look at it over here. It's right here. You see that build up here. And then we're down again. Sorry, I fucked that up. Something like this. Go down there. Daily Velo just comes straight up ramps and just starts dumping. I'll leave this on here just so we can watch it. Price target 685.67. And just a note here that you see this. See this white line right here? That implies we're going higher. So that is the door to open to the upside to trade 685, 65. And we need to lose. Start trading lower. We need to start trading underneath 681.15. Way is higher. I don't know if you can see that over there. So I want to say, let's just lay a few things out here before we get into. We're gonna get into some gamma and some news and all that kind of stuff. So let's get into the top line here. Top line. We're in some kind of a end of year window dressing trade. I would take that as a yes. We're in a window dressing end of year trade. That being the case, do you remember 2 weeks ago? Like, let's talk like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago, I said, when are we going to start talking about rate cuts and extending QT, all that kind of stuff, right? When are we going to start talking about Christmas trade or whatever, holiday trade? 2 weeks later, or 2 weeks ago, was, oh my God, the market's going to crash. We're all fucked. And not only we're all fucked, but we're going to crash December, right? The one out of the last 8 bull runs where we have a Christmas rally. Maybe we end up getting the 2018 Trump repeat or something. We didn't get that so far, right? So then we switch over last week, right? You get overrun with stories saying we're in the holiday trade, everybody on board the train. Now, they didn't say that until we were in the top, right? Coming into Friday when you and I were trading together right on Friday. And we're looking for the extra spike up over the weekend. That's still valid right now. So we're likely going to do that before we roll. Now, how long does that take? Probably all week. And we probably come back next week to deal with basically FOMC, Hassett, all this other nonsense, shadow governor. We have to still deal with Venezuela. That's not going away. I want you to know that. But I wouldn't think of the Venezuela thing as people are going to say it's not the same as Panama. It is. It's the same as Panama. Americans have no idea. Civilians have no idea the power of the United States of America. Neither do other countries. I want you to know that. And I think we now have 20 or 40,000 troops there. We've got 10 ships, a bunch of Marines and stuff, and you just got to remove the figurehead, basically, or at least let everybody know that you're not going to do belts and roads in Central America, South America. You're not going to close the Panama Canal. You're not going to have your own ports, that kind of stuff. The United States of America is going to have free access to the Western oceans, and we're going to make sure that everybody knows it. Because we can, because we want to, and because of hegemony. That's why. So I don't think it's going to be something that's terrible. I don't think you're going to see, like, unless there's some unknown that we don't see. I don't think that's going to impact the market. I just think that it's too many people in the same trade. I'm still on that. Like, there's too many people in the same fucking trade. Again, the same as October. Same fucking thing. It's just stare into the end of the year. Don't worry about it. So if that's the case, if we're going to stick with that, right? If we're going to stick with that, we're definitely going to take out these highs. We're definitely going to take these highs out right here. Now, the only thing that leaves for us to know from here, though, is this. Whenever we hit these yellow bars up here, like this week, at some point, you probably want to fucking close. Whatever you're in, any spreads you're in front of the year, personally, I think that we close that shit out. And we look lower for middle of the month for some kind of bullshit grind. And it's not that we're not going to go up there. It's that they don't want to pay you. I think that's what it comes down to. I wouldn't pay you. I wouldn't fucking pay you. I would never, like, it's never going to be that easy. So I think there's a second trap is the further point is I think there's a second trap. I think once we come up here and then we whipsaw back up to trade 695 to 705, a whole bunch of us could be bag holders. If you don't understand this concept, let me explain it to you. If you like, when you're like, I'm doing a convex trade, if they're like $1 short, I make nothing. It has to like come into the money, like the last couple days, and that's where I'm basically in convex trades to tag these numbers. They're not convex, but time-wise, they will be. They become convex on the back end of the trade on their expiry. Like you'll make money early on the upside moves, and then you stop making money if it keeps going down and down and down and down. And you won't make any money. It'll be like at zero, and then it ramps to like 90 to 100% or 300% or whatever you've got on. So just think about that. What I would do is I wouldn't print any of those numbers until the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Like I wouldn't print 695 or higher, like literally to a tick, 695 or higher until after month end by 1, 2, 3 days. And I wouldn't care if it goes fucking vertical. I just wouldn't fucking care. And this is a mini version of that. Just this right here is a mini version of this. You know, like the Friday trade, they're gonna murder anyone in here, and then they'll push it up here, hit it, and then back down again. So just keep that in mind from now into end of year. If you're long into end of the year, if we hit either of these two yellow bars, I'm out, and I'm gonna be looking lower. Probably the 21st. Somewhere in there, the 20th, 19th, I think. Said 21st, but it's the 19th. For that, for OpEx. And I'd like to see the market like unclench after OpEx to the upside again. And get that nice upside move into the end of the year. We'll take the trade twice. I'm fine with that. I don't mind doing that twice. But if you're on that trade, if you're in the green at all up here in these yellow bars, close them. In my view, not financial advice. But I think there's going to be a trap here. I think there's going to be like, take your money. You should have taken your money and run. And then look lower. Yeah, that's what I think. I think they're going to tease it. But I don't think we leave this stuff behind here this week. I think like mechanically we have to hit this stuff. And I think dealers know this too. Like if you don't hit this by this Friday, like I would say this one by what, or this one by, what do I have on here? I've got this one by, this one's by, let me go back and look at this. I'm trying to give you guys as much time as possible to hit these numbers, but I'll give this one Wednesday at 2 p.m. That's tomorrow, 2 p.m. Next one I'll give Friday, 4 p.m. Now, I think we can hit these before then, but I'm just going to let you know that you either have time or price, either today, tomorrow, and then Friday. Well, it's just right now. Okay, while this trades, we got to go up here and tag this 685 too. We have to fail this actually. 684.50 right here. Lower that down. Okay, we got that out of the way, right? So you've got OpEx is on the 19th. I was also looking at the data calendar finally is coming back in line. VIX calendar for December, it's the 17th on Wednesday. That's kind of good. The expiration calendar comes in a little bit early. We've got FOMC on the 10th. We've got Bowman speaking today at 11. I'll turn the news back on for you. Red Book just came out about a half an hour ago. ISM services on Wednesday at 11 a.m. Maybe we can get there by 10 tomorrow. It'd be kind of nice. If we could hit this number by 10 a.m. tomorrow, 685, that'd be kind of nice. Bring that back up. You can see it. Thursday we have initial claims at 9:30. Continuing claims at 9:30. Jobless claims 4-week average. Bowman speaking again on Thursday. We got a 30-year mortgage on Thursday. A bunch of oil and gas today. Check this here. Friday we get core PCE, Michigan consumer sentiment. Those are at 11 a.m. So I gave you 2 p.m. tomorrow and 4 p.m. on Friday. I'm just going to change it now to 11 a.m. on Friday, 2 p.m. tomorrow. So this 685.63, 2 p.m. tomorrow, and then 11 a.m. on Friday for 687.45. And I think that would wrap the week up just fine. On Monday, we get consumer inflation expectations, 3 and 6 month on Monday. I'm interested in what those are right now. Just check 3 month really quick and 6 month. Here's the 6 month yield. Let's check the 6 month first. So the 6 month is coming down. For a cut. 6 months should bounce though. The yield should bounce when we get to that. On Monday, it should bounce. It's 12 p.m. on the 8th. Then we get jolts on the 9th. Oof. That's at 11 a.m. That's big. Just before a rate cut. And we get the projections. I forgot. We get projections too. And then PPI on Thursday.
Further detail into
Unemployment
this then
non-farms on the 16th.
According to Crane data, money market
That's all
assets
bearish
top $8
shit.
trillion for the first time. US money market funds now have more than $8 trillion
Read
in
an
assets
OPEX.
under management, a milestone for an industry that's skyrocketed in popularity among investors
You're getting a
thanks to its
fucking
lofty,
NFP
dependable
fucking right on the
yields, even in
16th,
the
like right
face
before
of
OPEX.
Fed's interest rate cuts. The total rose roughly by $105 billion in the week through Monday, putting it at a fresh record, according to Crane data,
This
a
all
money
looks right.
market mutual fund information firm.
And
They're seeing
here's
Bitcoin up 4.7% now at about 90,500, on track for its biggest daily rise since May.
Yeah, here's NFP right here. Shocking how this stuff just kind of fucking comes right in, right? Here's NFP right here. Fucking big old bear attack down here. Plunge. Right down there. I bet we hit that 667. I bet that's possible down there. That's probably our dip buy. Our dip buy is more than likely. Mark on your calendars. Mark on your calendars. NFP is potential one last holiday trade, whatever that morning is. Let's keep trying to sell 10 a.m. here. You see it? Trying to sell 10, 10, 10. We already took out the 4-hour up, though, so I think it's up. I think they're going to lose. I'd say NFP is the low. Retail sales is on the 17th. Maybe that comes in good for like pre-Christmas buying and holiday buying. Another fascinating thing too is that Wednesday the 17th is Vixpiration. So you get that like pre-Vixpiration sell and volatility. You want to be buying vol for that day too. You want to be buying vol for like definitely buy vol for Vixpiration on one of these highs up here. Just look at the VIX 9-day. Yeah, you're getting another fucking spike in VIX, without a doubt. You can see it right here. So this should consolidate down here. And then we should start fucking ramping this thing. Right into fucking... You definitely want to be buying some vol for I buy it until Tuesday the 16th. Maybe Wednesday. Wednesday is retail sales on the 17th. It's going to be fucking crazy. Here, we'll draw this in here. Just like that. Something just like this. That over for you. They're still dropping bombs from 10 a.m. here. So Vixpiration 17th. Let me just check a few more things here. Some services. PCE Friday. Down FOMC. I think that's bad. Jolts is on Tuesday the 9th. PPI is on the Thursday the 11th. Initial claims. You didn't know about that though. NFP on the 16th though. Quarterly of expiration. Quarterly OpEx right there. You know, the only thing that I got to say about this, if I had anything like bullish, to say about this, the largest gamma bar is, let's see a few things here. Largest gamma bar is 7,000. The question becomes, when does that gamma come off or die? What do we got up there? 7,000 again. Still not so bullish for that, but you'd want these to die. So you don't hit this until right over here. The unwind to go to 7,000. This looks just like fucking 1988. Just grind in here, slam it down. And this is like your Vanna trade up here. You know what's fascinating about this too? I'll snip this now, but we're going to look at something. What's interesting about this is that you're beating that, right? So that's your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or even down and then 5. So this becomes your expectation right here. Call it 695. And there's your 5th wave right there. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whether that's 700 or 705, I don't know. Something stupid like that, maybe. Does that make better sense now? One, 2. Grind, 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 grind. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Make sense? I'm going to leave this one lower just in case. I think that's just extras over there. There's 1.
Ford shares down 1.5% as company's US sales down slightly in November.
2. Hold on here.
According to Wright, US plans to tap unused diesel generators for more power.
1, 2, 3.
That's U.S. Energy Secretary Wright, saying that the U.S. plans to tap unused diesel generators for more power. Further detail into this, the US is looking to tap the nation's network for large industrial diesel generators, from data centers to Walmart stores, to help curb rising electricity costs and support the surge in power demand from AI, according to Energy Secretary Wright. Such a move could add roughly 35 nuclear power plants worth of electricity and negate the need to build scores of power plants that could cost tens of billions of dollars. So specifically, he said, we're going to unleash that 35 gigawatts of capacity that sits there today. Adding, pollution rules have limited their use. The massive data center build out over the next few years, most of it we can meet with generators.
No, we're going up. We're just gonna grind. All we're gonna do is we're not going down. I promise you. We're going up. Going up. We already took out the 4-hour upside. Doors unlocked upside. But we're gonna grind the fuck out of this. They're gonna murder your calls. Make sure most of us here are in spreads, right? So the only thing that I have left open right now are spreads. Literally, I got spreads. I own some stock. I own Bitcoin, a bunch of crap like that. But there should be nothing open right now. I had calls that died that we held over the weekend. But other than that, you should be in call spreads from a low for end of year. Or you're in some like shitcos, or you're in some, I don't know what you're in, but who's asking right now? We're not nuking anything. I'm going to give you some top line shit here, okay? I'm going to warn you of some shit here. We're not nuking anything. I'm going to warn you of a few things here. We are in the holiday trade. We're in the Fed put trade. The Fed put trade means that every time they dump, fucking Fed's going to buy it, okay? I'll tell you right now. Listen to me closely. You're in the window dressing end of year trade. Trust me on this. The only more bullish thing I could think is that you're going to try to print 700 right now. That's it. The only thing I can say to you, if you're super bullish out there, I don't see it. I think if I was a dealer, I would unload on you too. If I was a bank, I would unload on you. I would print that, but not until those calls are dead. We have a little bit of a problem with everybody in the same trade again, like in October. It's not going to be as bad, but it's pretty bad. So what you're going to get is you're going to print this. What you're going to get, technically what you're going to get, is you're going to print these two yellows. Between now and, let's call it, now and Friday at 11 a.m. I think that's what I got, 11 a.m. Friday. And then dump it. So if you want call spreads for Wednesday or Friday, you can get in them right fucking now if you want. It doesn't matter where you get at them. They're going to print. I'm telling you. I've done this too fucking long.
The UK's to delay
Listen
London China embassy approval decision to
gather
January.
around. Trying to be nice here. We're going to print these two upsides. They're going to take all fucking week to do it. It's going to suck.
Further
And
detail
then they're going to grind us all the way down.
From the Times
Like
says ministers will delay
down
decision
into,
over whether to approve
all the doom and gloom and all the bullshit, and you're going to hear like
January, when
I don't know,
PM
Fed rate
Starmer
cut
is
was
expected
hawkish,
to make his first formal visit
fuck your
to Beijing.
holiday rally. You're not getting a Christmas rally. That's going to be bullshit too. It's all bullshit, just noise. And then you're going to come back in, and we're going to sweep in, and it's going to whipsaw up and print the end of the year, and everybody's going to be happy. And that's what's going to happen. It's going to be something like I just posted to you. It's something like that. It is. The only thing I can't tell you on this is it a 4-wave corrective move? I'll show you what that looks like. There's a couple ways this could be counted. So you could count it like this. you could theoretically count this like this. You could say this is 1, 2, and 3. If we hit like 695, 700, and then that's it, we're done. So this is considered, this here would be considered the corrective upside move. And then we'd come down and start crashing or whatever the fuck it is they're going to do. That's your window dressing trade. Or you can kind of like this, 1, 2, 3, and then 4, and then maybe you get like a green bar or 2 in the first couple days. You actually print the 7,000, and then we should come back afterwards for all the doom shit that you fucking put out there. All your crash shit will come back in party time for that later on. There is a couple other trades in here. There's a trade for higher than this, but that hasn't shown itself yet. I got to see what happens with Nvidia. There are higher projections, but we won't know. We won't know until we find out if it's just this. Then we break through here, and that maybe not there, but I'm being a little aggressive here. We'll find out. Let's say we do that 2 move, and then somewhere in January we start fading this. If we broke that, I would say yes. It's gonna get nasty, but if we do the 5 wave and we come up here in like 705, if we come back down into 700 beginning of January, if TMT has done what it needs to do, there is a projection to trade 720. But you can't. I can't do that right now. I still have Nvidia not quite altering their higher frame, like 4-hour and daily and weekly projections. We're still on a distribution trade at this point. But we can potentially go there. We just don't know yet. I get back up there. Fuck you going. Fucking goddamn bears. You're wrong, bears. Any bears think we're gonna crash this, we ain't crashing this. You gotta hit those 2 yellow things I got up there, okay? Well, it's not how it's going. It's not how it's happening. A few rules here. So you guys got a gist of what's going on. I'm now gonna give you some gamma information. Before we segue into that, there's a few rules here. For the rest of this upside, call spreads if you're going to open them. Do a call spread Friday. Do it for 687. I don't care if it only prints 30%. Do a goddamn call spread. You're going to get eaten alive in this trade, I think. That's what I would do. I would eat you alive the entire time. I would fucking begrudgingly give you that target, that tag, and then I would say, fuck you, we're going sideways, and then I would grind us down right into OpEx, and I wouldn't give a fuck what was going on. I'd make up any stupid story, pick up on any bullshit line. Now, if you're sell side, I would totally take a goddamn put spread. I would not take puts. I would do like a put spread on the downside. I don't know how deep it can go. I hope it goes deep. I'll be honest with you, the deeper the better. I'd be targeting like OpEx, and maybe not OpEx, day or two before. Maybe OpEx, but then you close it a day or two before. And I'd be trying to print like 680 on OpEx, but you might more than likely hit your target way before we get there. But do a put spread, because it could get messy too, or buy some volatility into that time period. I posted the dates where the real volatility is.
So just an update for your calendars for pound
There's
traders.
probably some of you out there think we're going to print 700 right now,
have his interview
and then print 720 end of month.
5 p.m.
Maybe.
Excuse me.
It could go runaway.
At 4 p.m. Eastern time today on CNN.
It could.
It should be updated on the calendar soon.
We have had those Decembers where it just runs away. In recent history, we've had those. There's a couple of years where we just like up. What I would say would be, if you're in call, let's rephrase what I said earlier. Let's add some to it. So when we hit these 2 yellow targets, right? If we begin rolling, we'll get some put spreads. First of all, we're going to close all our shit. Closing all of our call spreads. If we begin to roll, we'll put some put spreads on. If we don't begin to roll, I will reconsider a trade to 700 and a melt up scenario to 720 at the end of the year. We'll talk more about that later this morning. Hold on. Are you shitting me? God damn. Yes. Aaron? Are you going to send Maggie? The Detroit Symphony? Okay. My daughter was just invited to the Detroit Symphony Orchestra. Cool. All right. Mm-hmm. Yes. Send her to the Detroit Symphony Orchestra. Woo! Holy shit. Detroit Symphony Orchestra. Cool. Okay. I just read it. What's that? All right, I'm down. Okay. So if any of you think that we're gonna do like just the ladder up trade where we just start melting the entire way, just sorry to get back on track here. When we hit that second yellow line, we're gonna get the fuck out. If it rolls down, we'll take put spreads. If we hold and don't do that and begin leveling up, we'll restart the trade again from there. Still take the money and run up here. I am. You don't have to, but I am. I am afraid of the no print on 695 to 705 until after the first. And I think there's a trap up there for bulls. But if you don't, if you think we're going to go keep going vertical or whatever, all the power to you. Okay. Next thing we're going to move on to is we're going to get gamma out of the way next. We're going to start fresh. Today's Tuesday. We have new gamma. Net gamma right now is at 719.6 million. That's pretty good. If you're in that upside 700 trade, the market's really wound up right now. Like when shit's starting like 7, 6, 7, 800, market begins to become wound up. Let me look at a few things here. Let's look at seasonality. Oh, man, dude. Like this has us grinding just to like. It's just like straight up into the end of the year. Like, I don't think, like, I think the Bears are dreaming if they think we're going down that deep. I've got us going down to like, I got us going down to not too bad, 678. We're just above that right now. That's the worst I've got the Bulls going to. We're trading 682. I've got worst case. I mean, I guess I'm right there. Yeah. 678 is the worst. So this is melt up zone. Maybe Bears can get 687 to 678. Is that a decent enough pullback?
China's Foreign Minister Wang and Russia's Shoigu discuss security interests.
Yeah. I mean, who said that? Despacito? I mean, if you really want to like trade 7,000 like sooner, let me look at Nvidia really quick. See if they turned it around. Remember last week when I told you guys NVDA was doing a time correction and that Mike Burry was going to be wrong? It looks so goddamn good. Look at it. Nvidia looks so goddamn hot right now. Dude, we're so close, right? We're so close to making Mike Burry wrong. It's not even fucking funny.
Intel shares rise 8%.
Let me just look at this really quick. I mean, like 220, 230. I mean, there's a fucking trade here for 250. On here. So, like a week ago, NVDA and TMT, not Mag 7, but or the traditional Bangman plus T was a rotation of that, and they rotated back into TMT. It's like, excuse me, hold on. He's going to get blown the fuck out, man.
China and Russia reached consensus on Japan-related issue, according to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Mike Burry is going to get his fucking teeth kicked in by the market.
Amazon rushes out latest AI chip to take on Nvidia and Google. So again, Amazon rushes out latest AI chip to take on Nvidia and Google. Further detail into this, and Amazon's cloud unit raced to get the latest version of its
Nvidia's
AI chip to market,
up here.
renewing efforts to sell hardware capable of rivaling products from Nvidia and Google. The accelerator called Trainium 3 was recently installed in a few data centers and be available for customers beginning on Tuesday, according to Dave Brown, Vice President with AWS, said in an interview.
Yeah, so
House Speaker Johnson says we did not commit to ACA extension offer.
Here, I'll show you what I've done on Nvidia here. We've talked about this over the past couple weeks, right? So this is Nvidia, right? The problem that Mike has is that Nvidia has fucking corrected without the lows needed. And like so Mike's window is like right here. And for that cross right there. And the problem is, see this? Do you see this here? See, so the problem for Mike Burry, I don't know if I posted this on Twitter because I was afraid to. I didn't want to fucking post this because whenever I post this shit, everyone gets on the trade. So I I only talked to you about it on the stream here. I was like, I'm only gonna talk about it on the stream. And what was fucked up was that the street was pushing a narrative that TMT was rolled into, but it wasn't. It was just Mag 7. Remember when I was showing you the MOC balances? I was like, nah, it's not fucking TMT. It's they rotated it into Mag 7, but then they rotated into TMT in here. And you can see they just tagged it right now. So you can see they just hit it, right? So see this right here? They hit it. So it doesn't matter if it's here, it doesn't matter if it's here, they hit it. And what the real problem here for Burry is this yellow line. So what happens is if you get time or price, right? It's one or the other. It's like this is all on your side, all on your side, all on your side. Then all of a sudden it starts fucking flattening. What happens is if this thing starts turning up, it'll drag price up with it. So instead of this like big down move here that Mike's looking for, even if we were to squeeze up here and then sell down, it doesn't matter. It doesn't. Even if we'd squeezed up here, with this coming down, it would still blast down to the downside. But we're now turning up in Velo. Wait a minute, I got to bring that back. What just happened to my thing? Why did I lose my projection? What's going on here? Chip back in there. There we go. So the problem becomes instead of looking lower, problem becomes instead of looking lower, there's your Christmas rally and then bloodbath. You start looking higher again. And we were looking higher over here too. So we were looking for 720 on SPY over here, and then we started breaking down this. We went risk off right here. But we're back to risk on again. And if we're back to risk on again, you start talking about taking out, like February. As a matter of fact, you take out just this one right here. You don't actually need that one. The moment you take that one out, something like that, it's like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But this now, instead of this down move, the whole thing just screams to come back down here and like back into February somewhere over here. There's your 2, there's your 3, there's your 4, there's 5. Just grinding like a big roll here in February. And now you're back to pushing your distribution out over here. Bam, 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 hit, right? There's your 230. And then it's just this big grind. And this big grind becomes, this whole thing brings up like 250, right? Becomes a meme. This becomes just some kind of fucking meme in here. Big roll in February now. This whole thing just pops off. 1, 2, 3, and boom down. March, April, bloodbath. Fuck Burry. And that's a big 3 right there too, right? 3 within a 3. 2, 3. You lose 200. This is a monster fucking move right here. I mean, what are like 250 calls for Feb 18 right now on Nvidia? And I'll show you this. I'll show you what happened to Mike again. I showed you this last week, but I'll show it to you again. This is what happened to Mike. Sideways consolidation right here. No follow through. Same thing over here. All this needs to do is just get up over this right here. You can see the targets right here. The moment you hit that one, that's it. It's on. Let me go back here. Oh, sorry about that. Apologize for that. It just becomes this like big fucking grind. And it's funny how NVDA was about to break out on the daily trigger as that news dropped. Do you like that? Amazon rushes out its latest AI chip to take on Nvidia and Google. Has nothing to do with anything but stopping Nvidia from breaking out today. That's it. Check this out. So here's NVDA. That news dropped at 11 a.m. Right there. Like, cool it off, bro. Right there. This here for you.
Applied Materials
not gonna
CFO
talk
says
about it.
company does not expect any incremental
I was
trade
going to talk about
restrictions
Bar
on
getting
exports to
fucked,
China
but last
in
week I've talked about it here on
2026.
the show, but I haven't posted. I was going to post about it on Twitter, and I say I ain't doing that. So every time I fucking post anything on Twitter, people are like, "Just like I'm not gonna fucking do it." I'm gonna leave that one in particular. Like, I'm not gonna go out there. I think I wrote a big like Mike Barry takedown. I was like, he's wrong. It's like he's so fucked. He got beat with time, I think. Yeah, he got beat with time. He had a chance to be right, and he got beat with time. If I was Mike, I would get the fuck out of that trade right now. I was Mike Burry. He lost momentum. He lost time. In my view, he did. I think he'll be right now, but I think he's going to be right later. He should try for like mid-February. Be right again, somewhere in there. I don't know, maybe he'll look right again once one more time this month, near OpEx or something. But I don't think he's right. He looked good like 2 weeks ago. I was like, this fucking guy might have it. He's possibly might have it. I wonder if he's gonna say anything before. Now that he's not, now that he's like doing his own thing, he can probably come out and just say it. I closed. I think he's wrong. I think he had a chance to be right. I was like, hey, he's getting pretty fucking close to being right. What else we got here? Let me just look at this other stuff here. We just got a few other things. So I was looking at context. Let me look at a few other things here. Let me just check COTs. Asset managers, what are you doing? That's interesting. Asset managers are now on sell side, but not for long. Not in a big way. The hedge funds are the ones that bought that dip with us. It was a hedge funds retailer, and that's it. Let's check systematics like CTAs and stuff. They're buyers, so they're supportive of the market. That's good. We haven't come to a place where they're big time sellers yet on ups or downs. Vol control. They could become sellers. If you were looking for some volatility into middle of the month, they would be the instigators of that. Possibly vol control gang. If you're looking for like mid-month volatility, I would say that dude, they just keep fucking. This is all dealers, dude. We're gonna probably go sideways from now into tomorrow at time I say 11 a.m. And then Friday. This is gonna be one big sideways and up operation, and then roll. Maybe Wednesday. One thing I did think about on the weakness on Sunday. I gotta stand up here in a minute. I'm having a real hard time getting by right now. On the weakness on Sunday, I was wondering if we were going to close. We had a short week last week, and we never returned to the scene of the crime of the prior Friday. We didn't do that. But I hope we do that at some point. We never did the short week return, and we didn't do the prior Friday either. I was like, oh, maybe we can sweep that ship and come back up by Monday morning. On Sunday, I was like, man, maybe it'll go down and like whip back up, but it didn't. Just a side note. What else? So if we were to lose, if we get some volatility, it's likely going to be vol control gang. CTA is likely to become sellers. We're not in a pass line yet for them to be aggressive
Nvidia
sellers.
shares pair gains to hit session low, up 0.6% now.
What
Again,
else
off the
do I have
back of
here?
the Amazon headlines that we had earlier on, that Amazon rushes out
Net
its latest
gamma.
AI chip to take on Nvidia and Google.
One date. We're pinned on 68.50. So slightly higher. That makes sense. This is the pin up here. It's one giant ass bar. Jesus Christ, Condor LVR is probably in fucking love right now. 2-date volume. Just targeting the 685, 686, 687. We're in a little bit of a Captain Condor situation between 6,800 and 6,850. Mark that out. Give me like 2 seconds here. I need to stand up. I can't sit right now. I'm like sweating bullets here. I'm about to start crying. Not kidding there.
Applied Materials CFO says company expects demand from China to be lower next year after capacity build up over the last few years. Yeah, that's Applied Materials CFO says company expects demand from China to be lower in 2026 after capacity build up over the last few years.
If we get below this white line right here, we'll start flushing. I got to stand up for a minute, guys. Hold on. I can't explain. I'll explain my pain here in just a minute. Hold on. Oh my God. I gotta go do a fucking dead hang.
So a reminder at the bottom of the hour, Trump is expected to hold his cabinet meeting. We do have the video on the economic calendar on the left-hand side. We'll pop it on the feed for you now.
These are too small for my head. The bug eyes. They don't fit my head. These things are ugly as sin. They definitely don't fit my head either. Where they go? Won't. That's the
So a reminder with what the cabinet meeting is supposed to be about. Main topic is about the recent U.S. military strikes on alleged drug smuggling boat in the Caribbean, specifically a second follow-up strike that killed survivors. This is according to AP News. The administration insists that the second strike was lawful, and the order came from Frank Mitch Bradley, not Pete Hegseth. Okay, this is what AP News is saying. What the meeting is going to be about today.
I stood. You guys know what these are? These are those. They're the ugliest glasses ever made. I want to wear them to. I want to wear them to like EDC or something. I gotta make a custom pair so that they're wider. bigger eyes. Nope, that's not good. We're going to sweep all this now. Down below. We just took out this one now for the downside move. Fucking theta gang. So we'll take these out next. Just like we did it on the upside, we're going to now take out the downside. Try that one down there. No, that ain't going to take it out. You got to wait. I might hop in some calls here. Or soon. Call spreads for Wednesday or Friday. Put them on for Friday. As soon as this comes back, or as soon as we're done going down, I'm going to do the gamma with you next. So quickly, I'm going to tell you that I'm in real fucking pain. Like, so I went to an emergency room. They told me I've been going to an emergency room and a doctor, in private doctor too, and the doctors both told me to keep moving, which I have. They put me on some traction stuff and stretching stuff, and then I'm getting worse, not better. And right now they have me on. Hey, you want to grab that stuff? They put me on like a prescription strength lidocaine patch, some kind of a muscle relaxer that doesn't. It's a non-opioid or non whatever. And then they put me on an oral steroid, I think. I'll look them up right now when I'm on. And I told them that I didn't want to go on any form of opioid. And originally it worked. It worked with the pain. It's no longer working. It's worse. It's so bad that
5 minutes ago, we're expected to hear from Trump at his cabinet meeting.
I might
Video
put a
is
call
on the
spread out
feed
here.
for you to watch.
Hold on here. Yeah, okay, so they got me on this patch thing. They got me on Keto Rolac. That's what this shit is. It's also known as Toradol, Acurol, Sprix, potent non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Inflammatory, so it's non-steroidal. NSAID, used for short-term management of moderately to severe acute pain. This shit ain't doing nothing. They gave me an injection. Gave me an injection, and then they gave me these pills. These fucking things don't do nothing. Here we go. Hold on, I gotta put a goddamn trade on here. The fuck that. Dude, what's going on with my EVT shit? We need to go higher now. Friday call spreads. Call spread.
It's a reminder for later on at 2 p.m. Eastern Time when Trump makes his announcement. That announcement, according to ABC News, will be about the new initiative to create Trump accounts, aimed at giving the next generation of Americans a jump start on savings.
Fifth. 687. Oh, 680 to 685. It's not bad. Ooh. They got 685, 687
Walmart
is a
CFO
really
says
nice.
peak impact from tariff costs likely hitting in Q1.
We're not hitting 6. No. Right. So I see.
Just
All right,
some
hold
further
on.
details then in
Right.
regards to Japan and China saying it reached an agreement with Russia and Japan. It's Beijing and Moscow carried out strategic alignment on issue related to Japan,
86.
reached a high level of consensus. They basically agreed to firmly uphold the hard-won victories of World War II,
687.
and China and Russia will resolutely counter any comeback attempt by fascism or Japanese militarism.
687 by Friday. Case 205.
S&P 500 turns negative, Nasdaq 100 pairing gains 0.2%.
686. I gotta hold that shit under the close. 270. So I'm looking at 680, 685 for the Friday.
Surely expecting Trump's cabinet meeting to begin. Remember, video is on the feed. He's expected to be speaking about the strikes on the alleged drug vessels.
All right, hold on, Tim. Let me just put this trade on. Hold on. I'm not catching a fill here. Fuckers. God damn. Yes, I did the flossing. I did the so I spent yesterday at like a doctor's office. I did flossing yesterday. I did the flossing and I did the one that decompresses my spine. And then I did the one that does the sciatic nerve and the bulge where it moves like this. That was worse. I was worse off afterwards. I was worse off with the flossing. I may be too early for the flossing, but yes, I learned about the flossing. They put me on this fucking keto Rolac. That shit ain't doing nothing. That shit was doing something. Now it isn't. Then they put me on prednisone. No idea what that is. Prednisone. Deltasone. I don't want to show you guys all this, like my pills and stuff. That bottle right there, if you can see it. Give me this one right there, Ketorolac or whatever. What is this? Prednisone? prednisone. It's a corticosteroid. A good thing I didn't buy there. I was trying to buy this earlier. Oh, no fill. It's still relatively the same fucking price right now.
Red Hat, which is a subsidiary of IBM, announces expanded collaboration with AWS.
Just so you can see it here. None of that shit's working. Tim, that shit ain't working. Like, none of it's fucking working. It's not goddamn working. It was working. And then, like, I think Saturday, I was like, that's it. I'm done eating Thanksgiving bullshit. And like Sunday, I started resting. And I started not sleeping again. Saturday, I didn't get any sleep. Sunday, I didn't get any sleep. I didn't sleep last night. I didn't actually go to bed yesterday. I've been awake all night long. I didn't even get 2 hours. I got a rest yesterday for like 3 hours. I haven't been in bed. I haven't had an 8-hour sleep in a couple days. It's been like 48 or 72
Piece
hours.
from
I got
Axios,
so angry this morning.
Nvidia CFO says Nvidia is absolutely not losing AI lead.
I snapped at my wife this morning. I didn't yell at her in particular. I started yelling about the fucking doctors. I was like, I don't know if it's me or them or I can't tell. I told my wife I was like, I need opioids. They told that this morning. I'm like, I think I need fucking opioids. I either need opioids or I need somebody to take a fucking knife and cut my back open right now. I was pretty upset. And I told her I'm not yelling at you. I was like, I just like snapped. I was like, these fucking doctors stop this fucking pain. I don't give a fuck how they do it. It's like, I was like, I feel like every time I fucking go to these fucking doctors that I'm like, yeah, I'm playing ball. That's perfect. This works. That's good. And then I leave and like days later, it's not fucking working.
So just a heads up here,
fucking doctors.
The White House, Trump is to announce
fucking
proposed
furious.
rollback
Like,
in
I don't know if it's 'cause
auto-fuel
of fucking-
economy rules. Trump fuel economy announcement is expected Wednesday at the White House. White House meeting to include executives
need to
from GM
I told
and
my wife
Ford.
this morning, I'm like, I think I need to change doctors and hospitals. I think I need to change. There is no discount here either. There is no call spread discount. Even this big move right here, there was nothing. It's so fucking bad. And I looked at the stand-up desks. I tried to get them. It was the holidays, so I couldn't get the desks. So I'm all pissed off about that. Like, everybody's busy. I get that. I'm like, okay, I can't pick up the stand-up desks. But I'm fucking back to that pain, Tim. Like, it's bad. I'm doing the exercises. I'm doing dead hangs now. It's the only thing that's helping me. The dead hangs are like, I've tried the flossing. I've tried the laying. They had me do the lay flat thing where I was up on I was like doing the push-ups. That made it worse. I did the leg up, knee back. I did the knee sideways, back. It's worse. Give me one more slice down. Now I'm being patient. Give me one more slice down. I think they're going to leave me behind here. This should be satisfied. This is not another leg. This is already done. It's right here. I'd like to see one more. Into 12. So I'm worse off. I'm fucking worse. God damn. I've never had I've had torn muscles. I've torn muscles off my lower back. I've injured my spine, but never like this. And I have no way to describe it to anybody. Or I feel like nobody's listening to me. That's how I feel. I feel like no one's listening. I feel like a child that's like no parents listening to him. Like, yeah, bro, we'll take care of this.
Putin meeting U.S. envoy Witkoff and Trump's son-in-law Kushner.
So I'm feeling desperate right now. Yeah, aloha. That I just saw your post. It's the only thing giving me any. I'm doing it slow too. I'm not doing. My buddy's got an inversion table, and he was like, "Man, he's like, sometimes you do the inversion table and it makes it worse. It'll pinch other nerves." He's like, "You might want to not want to use it." So I'm like, "Okay." So the dead hang has been working as long as I go real slow with it, and then I slowly compress my back again. It gives me like 5 to 15 minutes worth of relief. But this is the worst part. So like yesterday, I started taking. I haven't asked my doctor about this. I just started taking a bunch of ibuprofen, and now I'm like, it's upsetting my stomach because I think these other two are bad for your stomach too. And then I threw on top of that the ibuprofen. That's how much pain I'm in. I'm just like, fuck it. Just like fucking load me up. And I'm not drinking. I'm not doing nothing. Like, I'm sober as fuck. Like, making sure I'm like can heal. And it ain't making a difference. Not making a goddamn difference. I appreciate you, Tim. With the flossing, brother. That shit was brutal. And it got worse. I don't want to be forced into surgery yet. I need some kind of pain fucking relief. If I can just get some pain relief for like a month.
Walmart CFO concludes his remarks at the Morgan Stanley conference.
I don't watch this really quick here. Now I wish I bought that. Give me just one more leg down. Like one more leg down here. Just one more. Then I'll buy it. One more right down there. I'll even take that one right there. And one more. Come back. Baby, come back. For just 2 minutes. Don't leave me alone. I don't care about the middle. Baby, come back. I've only got eyes for Friday. Baby, come back. Come back one more
Putin
time.
starts talks off with Witkoff and Kushner.
How the fuck does that help? Trump to announce proposed rollback in auto fuel economy rules on Wednesday. What the fuck? Hey man, you want cars to get worse gas mileage? Are you fucking out of your minds? You know, I did see the Costco sued the government for tariffs. I found that ironic that everybody was jeering that on. Is Costco going to give that money back to you? Why are citizens not suing for that money directly? Can I ask you that out there? Were you happy that Costco is suing for tariff money? Do you think they're giving that to you? They're going to cut you a fucking check? Do you think Walmart's going to cut you a check? Can you imagine if the citizens sued for that tariff money and they sent you a check? You paid it, right? I paid it. I like Costco as a company, but do you think you're getting a check from Costco in the mail? Here's your tariff money back. Find a place with the spinal decompressions. You'll see an expensive ass physio probably, but they work wonders. Yeah, I think. Hold on, let me write that down. Spinal decompression. That's what I think. I gotta switch doctors, and I think I gotta switch my emergency room too. My buddy was saying I gotta go to a religious hospital. I go to Henry Ford. He was like, "Fuck that place." I was like, "Okay," and I get the special treatment there too. I get carted away in another room for my. I pay for legit full Cadillac dope insurance. Spinal decompression machine. Got it. I'll pay too. I don't give a fuck what it costs. Yeah, come on back down here. I think it's my doctor. I think it's the fucking hospital that I use. That's what I think it is. I shouldn't be fucking begging at this fucking point. I shouldn't be fucking pushed off anymore. I don't know. I don't know if this is fucking. I don't know if it's the insurance companies. I don't know if it's the fucking doctors. I don't know if it's the fucking crackhead epidemic. God damn. I can't tell exactly why I'm getting fucked. Like I can give the I understand that everybody's a crackhead now, or not crackhead, but everybody's junkied up on opioids. But so like I don't want to become an opioid junkie, but I'm in real fucking pain. So when I'm in real fucking pain, I need them. Hey, yeah, Princess. Maggie just made.
Korea news: Ushkov and Dmitriev joined Putin at U.S. talks.
Oh, and hold on a second here. Hey, do I have the pictures of Shoot, hold on here. I got something for you guys. I think. Shit. How do I? Yeah, where's my photos? I have pictures of
We have posted out the article from Axios again. Nvidia CFO says we're absolutely not losing lead in AI race. According to sources, White House has proposed revised fuel efficiency standards on Wednesday.
Hold on here. Oh yeah, hold on. I got something for you guys. Shit. Maggie's not here right now. She's in school. But I do want to show you this. I meant to show this weeks ago. Damn it. I'm always so fucking late. Here we go. So, I think we got some donations at one point. This is my daughter. This is Maggie. I made a, I don't know if you can see that, but I don't know if you can see that. But this was something that I made for Maggie from STT Voyager and Supergal. And we presented that to Maggie when she was inducted into the National Junior Honor Society. And I gave her the money that you donated. She's not here to prove it right now, but I did. I gave her a bunch of money. I gave her more than you guys donated. I gave her like, I don't know, some hundreds of dollars of some kind. That's the one that sorry, go back to the regular screen. That's the one that Princess. That's the one that's on the Detroit Symphony. I just got told that she was invited into the Detroit Symphony. The girl's awesome. All right, can I get a dip? Let me buy a dip down here. Come on down.
Trump speaking now at the cabinet meeting. Remember, the video is on the feed.
We're not doing the video.
It looks like the video hasn't switched over.
I already told you, Financial Juice, we ain't doing the goddamn video. I told you we were done with that shit. So we're not doing the politics. You have to speak now. Tell us everything that's happening. We're not doing it. I told you we ain't doing it. We're not doing it ever again. No more Carolyn. No more White House videos. Pisses everybody off. Everybody gets angry at each other. Everybody hates each other. Tell us everything we need to know. Start squawking, Financial Juice. Give us the play-by-play. You have to suffer, not us.
And the video has started.
So I'll give you the play-by-play as the video rolls in the background. We're not doing it anymore. We're moving into no more videos around here. And they gave me this, whatever this thing is. Here's some kind of like lidocaine stuff. That shit ain't working. All right, I'm going to open up some call spreads. Here we go. Let's try this again. Oh, Christ. Now they're $248. Fuck me. They were like $220 earlier. Shit. God damn it. Ugh. I don't even think we're going down here, I'll be honest with you. I think that's it. I think the fuck you is the word of the day. Fuck you, Cabby. I ain't buying them. They were $2.20 earlier. Another $2.50. No. Fuck you, no. Yeah, we'll listen for the Trump pump. So it's got a. If anything comes up that I can read here, I'll read it to you. The only thing we're not going to do anymore is just the live feed. I'll read to you anything that's said at the actual, and this is real time news. So, I will have it on in the background. I just want to play it for the show. It's too decisive. I've had people contact me and just say, I've had people contact me that like Trump and people that don't like Trump, and the one unified thing from both sides is what you say or what other people say makes me angry. Or I got like Democrats telling me the same shit. Like there's like both sides scream at me and they're like, you're this and you're that, or you're this and you're that. And I'm like, I ain't either of those things. But there's a common theme, which is everyone's upset. So we'll take all these press conferences for what's said, and we have to definitely follow it, because this White House knows how to use the stock market and wants to use the stock market. So we'll follow that aspect of it, but no more live streams, because everybody's screaming at each other in the chats, and then we don't need none of that shit. We'll save that. We can do that shit on everywhere else. You can just go on Reddit or BlueSky or Truth Social or X, Facebook, whatever it is, and you can get your rage on there. Tell everyone they're the worst in the world. I did find that funny, though. Remember that time when I talked to you guys about the when I was like, I want to know who I'm talking to? It could be some guy from India. I'm like, or some 16-year-olds. I'm discussing a movie. Like, this Marvel movie sucks. Why do you all think it's the best Marvel movie ever? And if you ever found out who people were, you're like, oh shit, I'm arguing with 16-year-old boys. I don't want to argue with 16-year-old boys. And the location where people are from on Twitter last week was kind of funny. I thought that was humorous. And I think that doesn't matter. I think it doesn't matter. There's no gotcha for like one side or the other. I think it's like corporate. I was like, if they ever found out like who some of these people were too, like who they are, like it's Bob, he's 16 years old. Maybe it's not his last name or anything, but and then if there's anything in their backgrounds, that would be nice too. Like, oh, he's the CFO of fucking Walmart, he's like pumping Walmart all day long. He's like the biggest Walmart pumper. You know what I mean? If you have a CEO or CFO interest in a company, you work for a company, and you speak about that, or you're from another country or whatever, I don't think it matters. I think they'll do the same shit the Democrats do. It's all astroturfing. Astroturfing today is like massive nation states and countries, and Bob winds up being from India or from Pakistan, claiming that he's like Palestinian or Jewish or something. It doesn't matter what they're claiming they're being. They're just like, whoa. I guess he's not from Biloxi, Mississippi. I should have jumped on that fucking thing.
Beware for users. If the audio is a little bit quiet on the feed for the voice news, then just do a Control F5, and hopefully that should sort it out if you are having those issues.
I'm good here, bro. I'm not pressing Control F5 for you. Tell me the fucking Trump shit. You have to watch the video, not me. You watch the fucking video. You tell us what's going on. Scrutiny over boat strikes. We don't know enough information.
Trump reiterates criticism of Fed Chair Powell.
Oh, goddamn criticism of Fed Chair Powell.
Trump says even JP Morgan's Diamond said Powell should reduce rates.
Trump says it will be announcing new Fed chair early next year.
Oh, they thought it could come sooner than that.
We'll be announcing Fed chair in early 2026.
So that
Trump says Bessent doesn't want the Fed job.
Fuck no. Bessent doesn't want the Fed job. He might take Treasury, but I don't think he even wants that. I don't think any of these fucking guys want any of this stuff. Why be there when you can be in the White House? Like, all these guys have offices in the White House, right? Like the street. Fuck, not even just the street. Like, these AI companies have guys in the White House. Like, why would you bother? Why would you want a federal when you can just get in the White House? Doesn't make any fucking sense. There's no fucking point. You just buy it. These guys are going to fucking disappear too. The fucking moment the next presidential election comes, these guys don't want to be tied into that role. Fuck no. Of course, Besant doesn't want to be in the fucking White House. It's over here. Let's see if 12 o'clock flows are a little bit more bearish or not. I'm still not in call spreads. I didn't buy them. They were 220 and then they were 250. I wasn't willing to chase, and they got blasted down. They stayed at 220. So I'm still not in anything yet. Like all these companies have people in the White House. It's public knowledge. It's not like it's not public knowledge. Like OpenAI does. So a lot of PE and VC firms have people in the White House right now. There's like no need to influence any other way. The easiest way to influence is to have the heir of the president, and be able to do it publicly and openly. I've gotten all my mattresses at Costco. That's where I bought my mattresses at. Over the years, it's always been Costco. Trying to, I thought maybe I got one once at Home Depot, but that's not true. Always Costco. I like the pillow top, spring top mattresses. I've never liked the foam or the gel or any of that stuff. I've always wanted a horsehair mattress. I've never been able to afford one or to justify it. Now I want I was told the other day not to get it, but I was interested in the cooling and heating mattress. But I was told not to buy it. I was told there's some issues with it. Social Security got lowered. No, I did not hear about that. I did not hear about Social Security payments being lowered. I noticed SNAP benefit changes are coming into effect. I heard about that yesterday. You're required to work no matter what now, 20 or 30 hours a week to get benefits. Don't quote me on that. I read it, but I didn't read it too deep enough into it. So I know some people can't work. Let me see if I can find that. I did read some SNAP changes. I read about that stuff because I live in Detroit. And we have a very high percentage of our population is there. I shouldn't say they're destitute. They were destitute. Like the bottom of the destitute in Detroit was like 2015, somewhere in there. The population is crawling its way back, but
Trump says something is going to happen on healthcare, but it won't be easy.
It's one of the. This is still one of the worst places in the country for poverty.
Trump adds that we're negotiating with Democrats on healthcare.
Let me see where. I read about this. Work requirements for food assistance. Able-bodied adults without dependents who are between 18 and 64 and have children 14 and older, with some deferral exceptions for Native Americans, will now be subject to work requirements to access SNAP benefits. Beginning Monday, December 1st, all counties, this is within where I live, will implement time-limited food assistance, TLFA work requirements under new federal guidelines established in H.R. 1 except for the following counties and cities. See if I can click on this. Recipients may meet their monthly TLFA work requirements through the following: employment, work at least 80 hours per month, 20 hours per week, or receive monthly average earnings of at least 20 hours per week multiplied by federal minimum wage. Now, this is required, so I know that not everybody on SNAP can work, right? I would think, for any numerous reasons. What else is crazy
Trump
is they have
says we're going to give
deferrals.
refunds
I don't know
out
if that means they gotta
of
pay
the
it back.
tariffs. So again, we're going to give refunds out of the tariffs.
You're given 3 months, I think. 3 months of a window to find work. It sounds like they're rewording it, but that might tie into Social Security too. Some of the new rules, Social Security might. I'm thinking that maybe some of these new rules that go into effect on the 1st. We're going fucking nowhere, boys. We're going fucking nowhere. Get yourselves a goddamn fucking condor or a fucking call spread on a low. Or play ping pong. Put spreads, call spreads back and forth. Trump's saying we are going to give refunds out for the tariffs. Something is going to happen on healthcare. It won't be easy. My wife did tell me that my healthcare was going up. My healthcare is going up. My car insurance is going up, and my a big one for us, our electric is going up in gas. DTE, who does buybacks, a fucking public-private partnership, publicly traded, private-public, public-private, or public-private, public partnership. Where I live, they're raising our rates 8%. Now they're claiming the 8% is for, DT is claiming because of a storm that came through Michigan last year. We didn't get FEMA funds, and that they have to raise the rates 8% for that storm, which is bullshit. It's going to pay for the infrastructure for the build out for data centers in Michigan. I'm fucking furious about that. I'm fucking furious about that too. Like, I'm furious about the 8%. 8%'s a lot.
Trump says, I believe in the near
That's a
future.
huge
you won't
increase,
have
like
to-
8%.
So you won't have
This
income
company's
tax to pay.
increased,
So again,
like,
Trump says, I believe in the
I
near
think they're
future.
double now
you
since
won't have income tax to pay.
2018. My rates in Michigan have doubled, I think. I'm almost sure they've doubled since like between 2015 and 18. My rates have doubled. And all my gas and electric is double. I now pay like per house like $800, somewhere in there. About $800 per month for gas and electric in each house. And they used to be like 300 to 400 a month, somewhere in there in total. And that doesn't cover gas. So what does it say? Something is going to happen on healthcare. Won't be easy. We are negotiating with Democrats on healthcare. Trump's saying we're going to give refunds out of the tariffs. I don't know if he means refunds from the tariffs or refunds if the tariffs are ruled unconstitutional. I believe in the near future you won't have income tax to pay. I find it fascinating that he said near future. I have no comment on that. That sounds like political more than truth. And we've got midterms sooner than you think. They'll start mattering here sooner than you think. Even if he wins midterms, just the volatility from it. Come on here. Trump has proposed almost completely cutting income tax. This can be achieved thanks to the effects of his trade policies. Yeah. Over the next couple of years, I think we substantially be cutting and maybe cutting completely income tax. And almost completely cutting it because the money we're taking in is going to be so large. It is large. Wolf follows that money, but that money is barely making a dent in our debt. So I don't know why you would cancel income taxes so quickly. I mean, I know debt is fine, but like debt to income, debt ceiling, not debt ceiling, but like debt to income ratios we need less debt. So if you can pay the debt off with tariffs, wouldn't you want to do that first? I would think. Unless it's like more rape and pillage like Social Security was. Like Social Security, when it was first started, it was not in a general fund. And then they changed the rules. It started making too much money. So they put their hands in the pot. I have to look that up again. It's been a long time since I read about that. The Social Security changes that took place. I have to look that up again. It's been a lot of years since I've looked at that shit. This reminds me of like cutting income taxes reminds me of social, in the same vein of Social Security. And don't hold me to this, but what I recall of Social Security when it was rolled out is that it made so much fucking money that the Senate put their hands into it, started using it for like a general fund. I don't know why you would cut income taxes just yet. He did say 2 years in this article that I'm reading. Oh.
Strategy CEO Feng Li. His strategy would consider lending Bitcoin in the future. Trump says Ukraine is not an easy situation. Trump adds that our people are over in Russia right now trying to settle. So again, Trump says Ukraine is not an easy situation. What a mess. Trump says we're going to New Orleans pretty soon with the National Guard. Adding that Louisiana governor asked for help for federal help in New Orleans. Trump adds that National Guard will go to New Orleans in a couple of weeks.
They finally sold Citron off. City Trends. Pack's still fucking huffing and puffing up there. TGT, still own them. Fucking Beyond at $1.60. Woohoo, baby. SGD climbing, but still not booming yet. My boy is fucking Bitcoin is killing it again. Oh yeah. Oh fuck yeah. Scene of the fucking crime, breaking out of the scene of the crime again on Bitcoin. God damn right, motherfuckers. My upside target was 91,212. If this fucker hits 94,000, I'm out. Bitcoin can hit 94, I'm gone. Slap the fuck out of that thing. Should I go for the higher target on this? Should I go to the 130? Like, I think it goes to 130,000. Maybe I just stay the fuck in. I think it's going to do the
Now Trump's
130,000.
finished speaking and it's going around the table now, starting off with
82
Hassett,
fucking 41.
the Secretary for War.
82,410 is where I bought. I mean, that's a fucking monster trade. I think we can get the 100. I think we can get 130. Love you, 58% trade for fucking Bitcoin. Okay, so let's look at some. We're gonna get Gamma out of the way. Okay, so I want to show you a few things here. So We're in 6250 right here. You see this? We're in this like Captain Condor right here. I don't necessarily believe this is Captain Condor. Well, I can't say that. Dealers claim that they're not doing this. But there have been claims that they're the ones doing this. This is the gamma flip here. This is the gamma flip 6800. Some key points here. There is a condor on this price action in here that came out on Monday. So this pin is here. Now, what I think is that we break up and away. Then we'll come back down over here and then swing higher and hit the all-time highs. Now, you got 6850, and then you got 6900, and this is where I want to show you what I'm talking about here. Now, gather around. And the reason why I want you to gather around is this right here. Do you see this one right here? You see that one right there? So if you go to the triggers and you look at this fucker right here. Is that fucker right there? You see that fucker right there? Watch these two right here, okay? So if you look at now, this is gamma. And this is roughly right here. Here and here. Now, we got to talk about that because we got to talk about that because if we're locked into this point, right? I'm telling you by Friday we should be up here, right? It brings up some other questions. And I think someone was asking me earlier about 700. Despacito, I think, was asking about it. You know, we have a minor gamma bar at 6925. We came into the same fucking problem the last time, which is once people stop buying calls, what happens? Now, if we're inside of OpEx and you get the unwind and we're high enough, it could go vertical. But here's what I want to talk to you about. I can't predict this. Even discussing like it's either time or price. This is what I want to talk to you about. I was discussing this earlier this morning. Like if the Bulls had any argument to go higher earlier, if the Bulls had a case for like 720 into the year and 700 earlier, this is the Friday, right? So you get some like gamma unwind in here. So just think gamma unwind here. Gamma unclench. And on Tuesday, we get some weirdness on Tuesday. See what that is, but it's NFP or something. We also like a VIXI. VIXI or volatility unclench. Depending upon how this is set up, let me show you this here. Better way to show you this here. So this is the projection, okay? And theoretically, the bulls are going to tell you something like, we're going to hit this, we're going to hit this. Maybe Jolts takes us down, but the FOMC should be huge. And then you start fading into Vixpiration and OpEx. There's an all-time high in here. And then you get the unwind Vanna ramp. I can see what the bulls are saying in here. Basically what they're saying is, if they can keep this shit alive long enough, basically they're going to get this here. So you get your 700. That's their thesis. It's like straight up here. And so what the bulls are trying to say is, it's something like this, right? Basically this, an OpEx Vanna. And then it's like melt up time. You start looking at like that right there. So you're doing this shit right here. And then you're doing something like that up there. The setup is there. So no pullback to even 78. I mean, it's there. I'm not gonna tell you it's not there, but even on a small basis, it's right there. That's 705, but then there's a bigger one. Bigger fucker is like way over here. So now all of a sudden you're like basically up there. There's your 700, and then you're like whammo up here, whammo up there, and then you don't even start to talk about like a. Let me explain how the mechanics of that works, though. Hold on here. So how that works in here is, how that would work in here. So you got the 650 here. These are speed bumps. And your 7,000 here. Right now is top of the market. But here's where it's fascinating. So I want you to look back here, okay? This is October, right? And I want you to look at this here. So the October Kind of similar, right? This is what they're looking for here, but this is the 9th. So, ready? Watch my cursor in here. This is the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 7th, 8th. This is Wednesday. This is Thursday the 9th. This cursor right here. Do you see how everything gets buried in here? But then we like slingshot up into the end of the month. And so if we did something similar to this, theoretically, you would grind this out, take out just this right here, 6850, 6900, then bloodbath. Shank all that out. And then we're like super ramping. Wham up here. That's how it should play out, something like that. But there is a plan B in here. So where the bears think they're going to have that gotcha moment on Wednesday or Friday, the downside. That's what they're looking for, right? There is potential in here that in this particular case, we've already been here before. And I think sellers forget that. And whenever you've been here before and you reject, sometimes you have to look back at those prior rejections that you've already been at, then you're going to bypass it. And you can see an example of this here. Where you like up, down, reject it, and then all of a sudden it's like super fucking ramp over it. So my only concern here is if, like, here's the 10th right here. Like, if at some point you're not, maybe you're sweeping down here, but you're like saved by the bell, like stick save, Fed put. And all of a sudden you're like ramping up into this. You're not going down as deep as you thought you were gonna. And what you're doing is you're triggering call buying at the wrong time, wrong place. It's like you're triggering the call buying just enough to get into the 10th. So the call buying hasn't stopped. You get in the 9th and 10th, and you get the Fed put. And then before you know it, it's like, call buy, call buy, call buy, call buy. You do that, and it's like fucking vertical. It's like fucking vertical. What ends up happening is you're like stick saved by the Fed, burn, 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 burn. That fucking thing just goes vertical. You really need, if you're a seller, like, I think we were talking about this, but the longer this parks, the more bullish it is. Because we have bullish shit in here. We don't really have bearish shit until we get in here. We got jolts on the 9th. PCE would be a sell trigger. ISM services, FOMC. But let me show it to you another way here. It's like you got like ISM services. Yeah, it's down. Okay. But we're like triggering. PCE, they're already buying calls, so that kind of like gets rid of that. Maybe jolts drags us down here, but then all of a sudden you get this FOMC put. And if you get the Fed put in here with the it's Merry fucking Christmas, Happy fucking holidays. And like here's your 25 base put. All of a sudden you get the unclenching action over here, and it's just fucking vertical. Like you never get that dip buy in here. Fed put right there, and then it's just fucking vertical. And that would change everything because then you're talking about 1, 2, 3. Up there. 4 and then 5, which is like 715, 720 into the year. It's extremely bullish. The real crux in here is going to be the Fed put. You get the Fed put in here. Boom, ting, 700. Like auto fucking buying here. Ting, 755. Ting, 720. Ting, 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 right up there. There's this bear case in here that I see the bear case in here. I see it. But I can also see a bull case in here. Time of year, gamma unclenching, window dressing, Fed cut on the 10th. Like, let's just look at this. This is the Fed cut. How about we just write Fed fucking put? And Wednesday close. On Wednesday close, the Condor people are going to close. I'm going to tell you right now. Condors will close on December 3rd at 1600. So if you don't have enough volatility to dump this shit, we've already been at 690. We've already been here before. So, the first you try, second time you hit it. So if we hit it the second time and 7,000 is the magnet for OpEx, and you're like, start triggering all these buy flows, you can kiss all this shit away. Condor Gang doesn't give a fuck. All these 7,000 calls will be dead on here, right? So I mean, what do you do if you're option seller gang, right? You're out. You don't care if we go down. If you do, you're selling puts. If we go up, they don't give a fuck. 690s are theoretically dead. The real gamma bar is 7,000, so they don't care about those. So all of a sudden you're up here, 7,000. So what do you do when you're selling 710s and 720s, right? So this gang right here doesn't care. They'll sell puts down here, and if we hit 7,000, I would bet they don't even sell 7,000. I would bet that they sell 720. If I had to guess, on December 19th, 20th, I wouldn't sell 7,000s. I wouldn't even sell 710s. It'd be too risky. I would sell 720s. So Theta Gang doesn't care about this. I mean, if we go down there, they'll sell them. But if we don't go down there, they don't care. And I don't think Theta Gang is selling 7,000. And if I was Theta Gang, I sure than shit wouldn't be selling 710. Maybe, but I don't think so. I'd be too afraid of it. I might sell them. I would sell these maybe for... I would sell 710s for December 30th. And I sure as shit wouldn't be selling 720s. I would sell 720s, but I wouldn't sell them for... I'd be selling these for like mid-January, Jan OpEx or something. So you're selling 7,200 Jan OpEx. You're selling 710 for December 30th. I don't even know if you can sell these until... I don't think you can sell the 700s until they're juicy as fuck, right? So that would be... I don't even think you can sell the 7,000. I wouldn't fucking sell them. You're selling 710s. You're basically selling 710s at some point. Up here. Like 705, start selling 710s, and then maybe you can start selling 720s for further down the road. But even Theta Gang doesn't give a fuck about this low. They're just going to exit at some point. I would say Wednesday close. We get a nice unclench this Wednesday. And the only thing that I see here that's like, I don't see anything bearish. I think the danger is in selling upside calls. Mostly because we were already here. I think we've already been here. So I think that's easy. So once we're here, you're selling the 710s, short dated and longer dated 720s. Because this could be quick. At any rate, the thing to keep your eyes on are this. Things that are important about this gamma chart right here. Note that this is your gamma flip. Note that there is a setup in here to print this stuff up here, and then some kind of a collapse in here to come back higher again. The only thing is if we start trading 6,900, we already traded it once before. There could be some mechanic play in here of buying calls, Fed fucking put, and dealers not being able to sell. Countering that sell would be the call rolling and a Fed put. And then you get the Fed put and you get the market excited. And everybody's laying off at that point. Dealers lay off. Everybody's fucking laying off. And then it's just fucking stupidity. You know, boom, boom, there's your 700. There's 705. You know, okay, bye-bye. Pull it back down. Oh, my God, they're buying again. And you're just fucking gone. If you're a Theta Gang, you must be aware of this already, right? I'm assuming you're aware of this. I assume Theta Gang wants the dip to sell puts. So they're selling the puts down here. They're woo, everything is great. You know, back up again. But I want you to warn you if you're Theta Gang. There's any warning here for anyone. Theta Gang is the most precarious. And Theta Gang will tell you, like, well, we'll just roll them out even farther than cap. That's still bullshit. You know what I'm talking about. You can easily get run over in here on the upside. Not on the downside, on the upside. So if you're our Theta Gang, if there was any threat to anyone here, it's probably to Theta Gang. If you don't get the roll into that Fed fucking put, and you're like selling 700s or something, like trying to sell 700s, and like they can't get us down far enough, they'll run your ass over there. You know what I mean? Bing. And then all of a sudden you're being run over here and you're trying to play catch up, trying to sell then 7100s, 7200s. And they'll run you over right into like first week of January. When you could have just waited to sell 720 on a high. Or like 717 or something, 715. Then just hammer the fuck out of them over there. I still see the downside trade over here. I think that after Wednesday, there's like a call seller trap in here. Let me just look on the downside over here. I mean, there ain't shit below either. You know, let's do this together real quick. So, like, there ain't shit. So this is 6,800. That's 6,850 right here. So this is basically what we're doing here. Is we're bouncing in here. We're bouncing in here. And you got to remember that all these calls are old. Like, these fuckers have been out here for like a quarter. We're coming to quarter end. And there ain't shit. I mean, I can see why the bears are like, there ain't shit down here. See it? There ain't nothing holding this market up for your bear. That's 6,500 down there. When I was telling you the way is lower, I meant it. Earlier today, this morning, I said, fuck that. I want to go all the way down there if we are not going to do this. Let me explain that better to you. So if the way is not higher, if the way is higher, it's not to here. Does that make sense? So if the way is higher, not lower, if we already did this and the way is higher, then the way is higher like this. So if the way is not higher, and 6,800 is your floor, you know, we gotta make some new fucking lows down there, right? That's what I would think. And you got to remember the Fed fucking put. So you know, you start raining hell into a Fed meeting down here. You know, bye-bye market. See you later. We're out of there. Fuck your Christmas. No one's gonna give a fuck about no Fed put. So you get some, you know, bullshit data, you know, bullshit speakers, and trying to save Christmas and save the market. That fucking thing right there. You watch out for these guys in here. And then you get like, you know, Fed this and Fed that, and, you know, Fed this and expiration gamma unwind. Van up here into the month, and then how many days we got left? I mean, basically we got to the 10th. So if you're gonna do a sneak attack in here, I guess there's a bear window right here. A bear window. You really need some fucking help in here. You really need the Fed to fuck this up. You need some data to fuck this up. And if you don't get it, if you're like dicking around in here as the fucking coming into the Fed put, if I was a data gang, I'd be like, fuck you, we're selling puts. Tons of them. And I would not fuck around with selling calls until we were at like 7:15 or something. So just be extremely careful in here. This like bare window of doom time. I'll put it to you a few different ways. Like, yeah, I get the bare window of doom, but I still think we do the ram up in here. If you can't get that bare window of doom in there, dudes, it's just like wham, 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 wham. I'm not going to argue that just yet. You got a little bit of a bare window in here. Let's just stop that one right there. Let's look at this one on a 4. Yeah, I see all that there. This is the unknown right here. This is what the bears want for that window right here. But this is the Fed put. So, like, you hit this one, you come back down. And this does lend itself. I mean, the gamma flip being so high does lend itself for like a gotcha moment in here. This is Wednesday. This is Monday, Friday. This is the only thing I can think of here. This is the only thing I can think of here. Try and give the Bears something here, like. This is the Fed fucking put. Save the market. Maybe that's the trigger right there. Gamma unclench. There's your 7,000. That'd be some fucking violence, huh? This is the 19th. There's 6850. There's 680. This makes me wonder if the Bears think they're getting the second leg down. And this is where the crux comes in right here. So you got the Fed fucking put. One more leg for expiration. And then whips up. That's how I have it planned. But this Fed fucking put up here, you can't get down there. If you start dicking around with this right here, you start dicking around right in there and you can't get inside of that fucking thing. You get like fucking Jerome just like sucking off the market. And then it's super ramp. Super ramp. What I do find fascinating is I want to draw this in here. So there's the fucking Fed put, right? Here's a bigger question here. If you don't get the Fed fucking put, or is it something like this? You just crank fucking VIX before we ever get there. That'd be a slap in the face on Jerome, wouldn't it? That'd be an insane fucking move right there. So this here would is going to matter. We know we got to tag this one. We tagged this one. That's good. We have not tagged this one. And that would send us lower. Down there. Once we hit that one, we're free to go down. Like we hit that one, we can go the fuck down there, no problemo. Wham. Hit the 700 at the end of the month. But all these fucks have to do is, all they have to do is just like suck the market off. That's literal sentiment right there. Hold on here, we'll go back. Oh, 30. They dunked it again. Can I get call spreads here yet or no? Still don't have any call spreads here. And we're flat correcting too. Like we're not sharp correcting right now, so all right, let me put this over here for you guys. Oh, sorry. We're doing a flat correction right now, so we're not doing a sharp correction. Like I'm like in my mind, I'm trying to think this through logically. So my logic here is like my logic here is this, like are we in the window dressing trade? Like you got to ask a bunch of questions here. Are we in the springtime? No. Are we in summer? No. Are we in the summer doldrums? No. We're in the end of the year. And I really want to say to a seller out there, like a bear, like, yeah, you might have one more swing low. I can see the trade lower. But man, you could run this fucker up with all your fucking doom. Like you could pay for the trip higher. It is end of the year. It is window dressing season. It is a bear trap. It's a fucking bear trap. It's a fucking bear trap. I mean, I see below 6,800, maybe a tick or two, close the gap. It would be a fucking ball breaker. So like you unclench on Thursday and you swing low, let's say Thursday morning, and you're just like everything's on fire for like half an hour, maybe an hour, two. And you're just loading fucking puts for that downside move. You're just like, fuck it, we're going down, we're gonna trade 6,500. And you just get one fucking press conference. Like one fucking Fed speaker, one fucking some bullshit from Trump. It doesn't matter who it is. Besant just like swings his cock out there and it's like, whoop. You're all in puts. You know, then before you know, we're sideways into the Fed meeting. Fed sucks off the market, and your shit is on fucking fire. I mean, on fucking fire. I said earlier, put spreads, no put spreads. I ain't buying it. If it was a different time of the year, I would say yes. I mean, I see the swing low, but the door that opens is bye-bye Christmas. And I know if you're a bear, you're like, I love it. But I get it. I get it. I get it. But let's talk reality again. Let's get back to reality. So I think the idea here is, I think the game here is to get us to that feeling or thought, like that we're going to trade that 6,500 and we're going to go down there and ruin Christmas. And they're just going to fucking turn it on you. You know what I mean? Because of seasonality. I'm being serious here, like being dead serious, like time of year. Seasonality doesn't really work, but it does to an extent. There is a moment where you're like, oh no, we're at the bottom. Even in a bear market, right? Even when you're in a bear market, there's like twice a year we don't fuck around short. There's like a time in the late spring, like late winter, late spring, where you just lay off the market. And it'll unwind up. And it'll do the same thing at the end of summer and fall. There'll be another one. Where you just lay off the fucking market no matter what. And this is one of those moments for just a yearly bull year where you could likely get trapped. So let me rephrase what I said earlier. I said put spread if we hit those two yellow bars up there tomorrow, Friday, whatever. We hit these PTs up here. If we hit those PTs up there, I think maybe you're not trying to sell, but you're just looking for a dip. Or a place to sell puts would work for Theta Gang. I don't know that you're going to get this deep. Like this 6630 on SPX. I don't know that they're going to risk it. Maybe you get 6630. I wouldn't be trusting 6500 yet. I'll post this in the Discord. Maybe you get 6630. That might be enough doom. But I don't think you're going to get the 6500. I don't think you're going to get it. I think it's going to be a trap. I think it's going to be a trap, and it's going to be a bunch of doom by this weekend. And Friday, Monday, or something like that. But the Fed put bothers me. Like, it fucking bothers me. It really does. Like, hang tight 1 second here. Where the fuck am I going to dinner? Where the fuck am I going to dinner? Going to the Fox and the Knife. Hang tight, guys. I'm getting some questions here. I got to answer some questions. Michelin restaurants usually 2 to 2.5 hours. Sell major D. Major D if there are plans for the opera or something. Thank you, Supergirl. Thank you, Stacy. I got that text message too. I just got it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Condor LVR's out there. I got to ask him what his thoughts are. I'm going to call Condor LVR later today. Yes, Condor LVR, I shouted out to you.
Shortly expecting
I
Fed
shout out
reverse
to you for
recorporation
Thanksgiving
data.
too. And a couple weeks ago, if you're out there watching right now, fucking A, man. Like, I have a big question for you if you're out there. Do you think, are you on what I'm talking about here? Like, I can't see, like, I see the down move. I just don't know if it's a fucking trap for bears. Like, at what point do you start selling puts? After Wednesday close, at what point do you start selling puts? Marked bottom, right? I mean, I get that, of course, but you know that not just LVR Condor, but you know that like Theta Gang is going to be watching for a marked bottom. We can make that statement right out there. Whatever the fuck that marked bottom is, they're selling puts, guaranteed. But for the buy and sell side gang, you know, the suckers,
11 counterparties take 5 spot.
they're betting on a trip for like
$620 billion at Fed
6,500, and I'm like, I
recorporation.
don't know. Under normal circumstances, right time of the year, I would say, fuck yeah, let's do it. But like right fucking now, I'm like, oh God, they're gonna fucking, they're gonna trap these fuckers in. I gotta check in with Theta Gang later. I'm gonna take a break and call Condor because these guys are like all the fucking option sellers. I'm sure they're asking these same goddamn questions. And that's my thought here too. Is I mean, it doesn't really matter where we mark the bottom, but 6,500 is even better if you're an option seller. But will it be that low? Like, so I'm talking to different groups of people. Like you're talking to the buy and sell side, right? Buy side, sell side. And then you're talking to the sellers of the options for both of these groups. So, you know, there's a moment where option sellers are like, bro, we're going to 6,500. And they're selling you those fucking puts, right? And then they're like, no, it's a trap though, but just don't tell them, right? And then the fucking, you know, then you're killing them on those fucking puts, you know. And I'm trying to warn the bears same time. It's probably a fucking trap for you. You know what I mean? Yeah, you sell 6,500 puts at 63.30. Basically, you're looking at the mean would be that. Selling puts you know who we're selling puts to, right? The Doomers. On a Friday at 4:00 in the afternoon. Ready to close. Limit down, bro. Selling puts. Limit down. We're definitely limit down over the weekend. Limit down. Selling the puts. I should do like a thing in the show where it's like I'm talking to the buyers, I'm talking to the sellers, talking to the option sellers. Buyers, sellers, option sellers. I should like take the hat off and be like on a Friday at 4, be like, we're gonna limit down on Monday. Rip my bear mask off and then put on like a Theta Gang mask. Sell them the 6,500p. Sell them 6,500p for Monday. Yeah, my I think my mic is better today. It sounds good. I gotta get a new mic. I'm getting a new room too. I got a new room. We were in discussions last week about a new room, stand-up desks. We're gonna revamp the show coming into the new year. I gotta move this. If I get any time off for Christmas and New Year's, we're gonna make the jump to a new studio. Wait till you fucking see it. You guys are paying for it. You're getting like big touchscreens and shit. You guys, did I talk to you guys about this yet? You guys are getting a new show. You're getting like a regular show, right? And then you're getting like a 1 hour fucking. I'm gonna go up against the big boys. I'm gonna flex some muscles. I'm gonna do an hour every day. Aftermarket close between 6 and 9. We're gonna go up against the big boys. We're gonna break out the touchscreens. I'm gonna have like, I don't know how many touchscreens I'm gonna have. I want to have 4 if I can. You're gonna see me stand up, walking around. I'm gonna talk to you about all your favorite stocks, all the fucking indexes. You're getting a whole brief. It's gonna be baller. We're gonna go against all the big boys. Or you can put me on your nightly consumption hour show. You can tune into it after everybody else. We're gonna take phone calls and shit and emails. I kid you not. We're gonna do the Jimmy Choo thing for fucking. We're gonna go up against CNBC and all the other big boys out there that record a video every night. I'm gonna put on the pink polo shirt. Maybe not the pink polo shirt. Something like that. Part my hair separate. I'll part my hair on the side and put it in a ponytail or something. Well, we're doing it. We're doing it like sooner than you think. I got the fucking room ready. I running power. It's gonna be baller. So, you're gonna dig it. You're gonna really dig it. All your favorite stocks. I'm gonna talk about all those. We're gonna rapid fire the whole entire thing. No discussion, no talking. You guys can talk in the stream. If you want to have questions and shit, you gotta submit them. We'll take audio from you and play your voice on the stream. Kevin Jim James sucks balls. We're gonna do the one that like the one with Homer Simpson, Bart Simpson called down to the bar. Yeah, this is Jack. Jack who? Jack Meoff. Mr. Meoff, how may I help you this evening? Something like that. It'll be crazy. It's gonna be fucking crazy. I'm getting the monitors. They're like 80 fucking inch monitors and shit. It's gonna be cool. I'm getting new cameras, everything. You get like different views. It's gonna be fun as fuck. So you guys don't watch TV anymore, so we're gonna try to fill that slot in for you. This should be fun. Fuck it. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. We'll turn it off. We're gonna try. And now to the weather report. I think I said this earlier, Captain Magic Dick. I'm gonna say it again. We're gonna grind sideways today. I'll say it again. We're gonna grind sideways today and tomorrow. We're gonna likely take out those 2 yellow bars that I showed you above. Try to grab a low with a call spread. Okay, and then when we're done printing those 2 yellow bars in the upside, we're likely going to roll to the downside and unclench into Friday to the downside. Now, where is that downside is my only question. If it's not down far enough, it could be a big bear trap. And if we whipsaw back up into that Fed meeting, we could literally start like melting up. Like vertical, sideways, vertical, sideways, vertical, sideways. And you can't jump on that train. So we won't know that until probably Thursday, Friday. Any other time of the year, I would say our next target after Wednesday is probably 6,500. I don't see that because of where we are. I don't see it because we already went to 6,900. I don't see it because of the time of the year. I don't see it because of the fucking Fed put. I don't see it because of the fucking cut. I've heard noise about a hawkish Fed cut. I think this is all bullshit. I think there's a big trap here for bears. I've seen us flat correct. We've been doing some time correcting. I would be very careful if you're a sell side. Be very careful. Be extremely careful. We might print 6,500, but I would be extremely careful. I think it's more of a trap than anything. I think they'll take you to just the point where you're, we're going to trade it, and then that's when I'd be fearful of going down, of no longer going down.
U.S. Census Bureau says September
Let
full
me take a quick break and get back to you
report
guys
for
here.
manufacturers' shipments, inventories, and orders to be released on December 4th.
God, my fucking back, dude. I'll be right back. Maybe a 5-minute break. I gotta go potty. I'm gonna go do I gotta just hang myself. No pull-ups, just hanging. I'll be right back.
Trump says probably looked at 10 people for Fed chair. And says we have it down to 1. Trump says Elon and I get along. Trump says beef prices are coming down now. Trump says Hassett will speak to second boat strike. If we have to, we will attack on land. It's talking about the Venezuela stuff there. It's the drug trafficking stuff. So if we have to attack drug traffickers on land, we will. Trump says land strikes are much easier and going to start strikes on land. So we're going to start doing drug strikes on land. Land strikes are much easier and starting soon. Trump asked on Witkoff and Putin, says we're getting talk updates after this. Trump says if anyone is selling drugs to the US, they're subject to attack. So any nation drug trafficking to the US is subject to attack. Trump asked on strike says not just Venezuela is subject to attack.
Trump ends remarks at the cabinet meeting.
All right, here we go. Let's check something here. Bitcoin come back. I've only got eyes for you. Bitcoin come back. Woo woo. They tried to bait me the other day with that shit. They were like, "Oh, it's because all you guys out there are quadruple leveraging with Bitcoin." I'm like, that shit ain't going down. I ain't getting kicked out of Bitcoin. People are out of your minds. Keep telling that story. And that story's true, but wasn't true this time. We're gonna check something out here. Everyone. Like breakout, then down low, then another breakout. Just baby, come back. I've only got eyes for you. Just check this one more time here. Baby, come back. Where now? Just go look at this real quick. I just want to check this one more time. Just double check this. So I've got this is Wednesday at 11. And I got this one for 1600. You know, I mean, theoretically, we could do this. Theoretically, we could do this today. So just, I'm going to do it like this, okay? Watch me closely here. So we always talk about price and time, right? Watch me closely here. Where's today? Tuesday. Where's okay, so up here, where's their Wednesday close? Okay, watch me closely, okay? See this arrow right here? Okay. So see this arrow right here? So I've been saying to you on the lows to get long, right? The target is right here. Okay, you got it? This is the actual target right here. This is the target. I'm giving you until Friday for that target, right? But, you know, this could be, you know, Rampo-Rama. And then Rampo-Rama right there, too. You understand? Be aware of that. This does not have to happen on Friday. I'll be like, oh, I was waiting for this to come back down to get long, and it went up here and hit this. And you already had a chance in there. So just note that the target is, the target moving forward is 685.69, 687.48. Those are the targets. The only reason for this down here is because I know there's buyers here. So if you have a chance to add, it is ultimately for, you know, there and there. And if these come on Wednesday close, let's say, so let's say this comes in right now. And let's say this comes in here. It's the same thing. So it's price or time. So you wake up overnight tonight and the market it's 2 p.m., right? Listen to me closely. You know, all of a sudden you're up here at 4, all of a sudden you're gapping up overnight, you're pulling down tomorrow, and then you're ramming this shit up on Wednesday close. Don't say, oh, Cap said this and that. You know, you got your buy right here. You got till Friday, but your Wednesday OpEx could be, you know, the first time where that could get smashed. So it's either price or time. Okay? Just a fair warning to you out there. And there's something else here too, which is if they can't get You know, so if we smash up here, we smash up there early, and you can't fade this, or maybe you're fading this. But if you're back up here in any way, shape, or form, I might have to redo this stuff here. So, you know, if they, let's say they pull this back here, let's say this is Wednesday, 1600. So all of a sudden you're dragging this back over here. Yep, hold on. Yeah, and your FOMC put, there's your PC, your jolts, even if you're down here. And your FOMC just like shoots you back up here. Do you guys understand this right here? Like this part right here? Maybe make this bigger. You know, this could just be a bloodbath to down here. It could be a bloodbath down here, of course. You know, 6,500, but there could be just a trap in here. All of a sudden, you're in the FOMC fucking pump show in here, and it's, you know, we're out of here. All of a sudden, it's, you know, FOMC pump show. There's your 700. And then we're out of there. You guys understand what I'm saying? Is this like clear to everybody? So like this here, I think is going to be used as a bear trap. If that makes any sense. There's a lot of bears thinking, we're going to roll this over early, go down here and all that kind of nonsense. That's bullshit right now. And not only is that bullshit, I think even if you get it down here, I don't think it's going to be what you think it is. Now, you got till Friday. Jolts, FOMC, doom and gloom. But do you see what I'm saying here? Like, this is more important here is my point. So you're looking higher right now. You're looking higher to these 2 points here. Wednesday. And all of a sudden it's ramping like that, right? It's like up, 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 up. I'll give you till Friday at the latest, but it's nice and clean like this, right? But like the trap here for bulls, I don't see it, is my point. You're looking higher right now. And I don't, it's either going to be price or time. I don't see the trap for bulls here. I don't. I see the trap in here for bulls. If you hit this or this, I see the trap in here. Not trap, but like I see the down move. My only fear in here is that it's you know, if you wake up at 9 a.m. and it's right here at 9 a.m. They come in at 10 or 12 tomorrow. And you got ramp on day on Thursday, on Wednesday. Hell, you could do this at 1 p.m. if you wanted. Everybody thinks it's going to be a party on Thursday and Friday, and they blast it down. But I think there is a bear trap in here. We won't know that just yet. The big thing in here for me is do not be trusting these bears that are telling you this is going to roll. We are in the Fed put right now. We're in the window dressing trade. So they have to hit these. They're going to need to hit those. And then whatever that is, in FOMC, they're going to hit that fucker right here. And that's their all-time high. And you're going to, maybe you can catch one more in here and then up there, but this one right here, I think, is a trap. And you know what's crazy about this is, yeah, I don't see it. See that taken out right there, maybe. If we hit these two right here, worst case scenario, what is the maybe worst case scenario is where's Friday? Where's PCE? Monday, Tuesday, turnaround Tuesday. I'm back up and out of here. I mean, I get the want to do this. I just like the break of that, get down there, fuck you, all that stuff, 650. I see it. I even see it down here, Vixpiration, QuapX. But I think it's fake. That 700 that's up there is like a fucking magnet right now. It's like a fucking magnet. And if this fucking 700 for OPEX, quarterly OPEX, we hit that 700 for quarterly OPEX. If we're unable to fight the down move with the call rolling from hitting all these right here, it becomes like neutralized. So even if you slip under into a negative gamma, it's still not that negative. And you got more buyers than sellers when you don't want that. And it just becomes like an up show. So worst case scenario, maybe. This Fed put up here. You know, fucking Fed puts you like right back up here instead, doesn't it? Goes right back up there. And then all of a sudden, you're fucking right back on it again. Right back on this trend. This right here is the only thing I don't know about. I don't think anybody can tell you that, but I know that there's some that want this like down here, down there. Yeah, get down there. Oh, yeah, get down there. You know, fucking 6,500. Here we come. I think if we're in different times of the year, I would say yes, but I have this fucking like I think that's a goddamn trap in here. Maybe you catch the dip briefly, the early morning hours. If you haven't jumped on this one yet, you may or may not be afforded that trade. I'm gonna give this like a. This is probably a 5 at the moment. It's like a 5%, maybe 15. I don't know that it's 15 though. I think it's like 5 right now. It's time of year. I think it's 5. This is like a 15 to 30. Only problem I see with this one here is most of it could happen when we're not in cash market. So it may not even matter. that's the other part. Like that's the other part of this is like, it's like you hammer this on Wednesday, right? Selling calls. I mean, like, you know, you're in like this is like 9, like 8. This is all more. This is 9 a.m. So you're gonna be trying to buy calls. You can't, or maybe buy call spreads here, but this is back up by 9:30. So your best might, like for cash market, might be like 672, 674, somewhere in there. And again, that's 678, right? There's that 678 right there. Same fucking group of buyers right here. And there's something else about this too. This group of buyers right here. See this group right here? This fucking group. See this group right here? Look at this group right here. You see these fucks right here? See that fucking wick right there? This is at this is the Fed put right here. 10 a.m. December 1st. Right here we just had buyers step back in. This is the second. Same group. New month. They bought right down here too, right? November 26th. Same fucking group of buyers. So that same fucking group, they probably don't even care if it's like this, right? It's right back where they were, right? They're just buying again right here. They bought here. They'll buy again right here. You can see them right here. This is where they are. This is where they started. Started right here. And they're right here. So let's start right here. Wham, wham. So they're buyers down here. You can expect them to be buyers right here, right? So it's like, oh, doopsie-doo down here, right? Blah, 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 blah. All night long. Right back up in cash market, right where they would be a buyer anyways. Buy here again. Catch high, new high, and then whammo, straight up. So even if you're hoping for this, it's probably better to be done in futures. If I had to guess, if you're looking for this sell, it's probably better to be done in futures. Probably tee off up here, and you can follow this down to some blood. But if you're a cash market trader,
WCI crude January
if you're a cash market trader, what it's going to look like is something like this.
64 cents a barrel, down 68 cents or 1.15%. NYMEX gasoline January futures settle at around $1.83 a gallon. NYMEX diesel January futures settle at around $2.31 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas January futures settle at around $4.84.
And they're just like fucking. There's the 31st right there, or here's OpEx right there. There's 700. All of a sudden, you're being left behind while trying to chase the downside move and not the upside move. You become the supply looking for 650 or even looking for this. Even looking for this, you might not get it. You get sucked back up in FOMC. I mean, can you imagine being the supply down here too? If you're looking for the doom trade, the puts print this whole upside move. And if it's a bullish cut, it's bing right there. Take all your stops. Your shit's on fire. Back down again. You think it's going to come back down here to let you out, and it's not. And you're forced. You're actually now buy side, right? I would think you're now buy side. You're now I call them zombies. Like forced to buy and forced to now chase. You're forced to jump on the long side and get paid. You'll be, if you're a seller right now, I'm going to posit that if you're a seller, about 70% of you are going to become not just supply, but you'll be turned into a buyer. You'll be a forced buyer. You're going to pay with it with being looking down, and then you're going to be forced into buying to make your money back. If I had to guess. I got to make sure you all understand this, especially members. If you're a member, I'll do a private stream tonight if you want. I can go through this. You're going to have, I want to tell you something else here too. I got to tell you a few things here. You're likely going to have somebody come out after, never before. You're going to come out after and tell you, oh, I bought puts and I made a bunch of money. They're never going to tell you when they entered those puts. They're never going to tell you when they closed those puts. And you might get like one or two people say, oh, look, you should have taken the downside move with me. I think being on that side of that trade is dangerous. If you do it in futures, I think you'd be okay. But if you're like a cash market guy doing that, I think that's fucking dangerous as fuck. Not that you can't make money either. I'm not saying you can't make money. I'm just saying there's a lot of risk to you on the sell side to become fucked. So I'll leave it with that for the end of the day today. Be looking up. And be looking to be able to get long again if you can. On a low. The window probably starts on Wednesday at 1600 into next week at some point before like the bear window I showed you on SPX earlier. It probably starts at 1600 on Wednesday or near it. Although I wouldn't be, if it was any other circumstance, I'd be looking for it in a big way. I'd be really like looking down. In this case, I'm not. In this case, I'm like, I'd be looking for any dip I could get to get long. And if you get caught in that, you could lose your ass in the end of the year as a seller. So just be careful. If you're a seller, be careful, please. I'm begging you. Not right now. We hit that top mark and you want to get short futures or whatever. You can attempt it if we start losing the 1 in 5 and the hourly and whatever. You can start a short there, but just make sure that like you're in futures so you can get out when you need to. I think it's very dangerous as a cash market trader. You remember too, you need buyers on the other side of that. Maybe a put spread would work, could work. But if you're like, I have puts, and like you come into that low, and even if it was at 930, if there's no buyer for those puts, they're not going to pay for them. You guys know that, right? Like straight calls, straight puts. You need to have someone on the other end that wants them. So you could be right directionally and still wrong with money. So I think the best trade is probably being short futures. And then you can get out when you want to. If at any point you come into like these events and, you know, you see like a bloodbath at like 6 in the morning or something, like unrealized volatility at 6 a.m. And then you get the fucking, the good news at 8:30. Then all of a sudden the market's fucking going vertical and you're like, oh my God, okay, my puts are fucked. And then at 9:30 it's just up too high. You could get into a lot of trouble. So, I'm not predicting I'm not a predictor of the future, but you gotta think through risk, right? For every outcome. And I see the sell higher, I see the sell. The only thing that's freaking me out on it is how do you get the money to go up? You mean to tell you? Put buying. Lots of it. As many fucking puts as you can get. So, and then trap you. How would they trap you? The only way that I can see them trapping you would be if we were down there in non-cash market hours and then ramp the fuck out of it while we're down there. That's the only way that I see that upside move at the end of the year is trapping a put buyer. That's that's top line. The only way that I see the up move in the end of the year is trapping a fucking put buyer. That's it. So that's gonna be there in the background. So don't drink too much Kool-Aid. Spreads are your better friend, even on puts, and I think futures is even better. I think the futures bear can make some money, but he can get the fuck out though too. He can be like, "Oh shit, I'm out." Now that's the one thing about these morning, this morning data that's coming out is they can trade the unrealized volatility of that event and exit before the event. They don't care. VIX traders should be fine too. If you're trading VIX, you don't care if they bounce or not. They'll spike the VIX up and you can make some money. But like the cash market put trader, even if it prints, you don't have the edge. You are the edge for the bulls. So don't do it. What else? I think that's all I got right now. As far as end of the year stuff, trading is light right now. You probably noticed. Hope you have. The market is slow right now. It should remain like this at the end of the year. You should see traders wrapping up their stuff. You should see me put out something or discuss with you an outlook for next year. I do have 2 outlooks for next year right now that I've been working on. You have to be aware of both. There's I have a pretty bad outlook on next year. I can't tell yet if how they'll do it is they'll run it up in the beginning of the year and try to save the market at the end of next year, and it'll be kind of a flat year. Or if this is the top. I see 2 outcomes right now. I only saw one outcome. I only saw the top for this year. This is top of the market in a big way. I want to warn you that there is a way for the market to stay higher and enter a larger bubble. If that happens, there is a good chance of a super ramp in the beginning of the year. And that would leave the room for like a correction next year that could cool everything off enough to enter a bubble in 27, 28. I don't know the answer to this fully. I don't know how to describe it to you. I want to put it into a brief, but I've tried to formulate it with you in the past. I really want you guys to understand that. Really want you to understand that. I was saying this before. We are living through one of the largest changes in humanity right now. The largest. This is as big as the invention of the car. It's as big as a TV or a telephone. It's as big as running electricity from street to street.
Senator Foon says no clear path forward yet on healthcare proposal.
It's as big as where you use machines and man to manufacture goods on a scale that's never been seen. It's so big. It's so it's going to change everything. It's going to change politics. It's going to change governments. It's going to change the world as we know it forever. And it's going to take a long time for this change to take place. And there's probably a less painful way, but painful, and a very painful way, however we get there. there's one huge difference between the United States of America today as the representative of the West and China, basically. In Russia as a vassal and some other states. And you see the Middle East and India wanting to have a part in this. But I want you to know that the East is going about this this new age differently than we are at this moment. At this moment, you have the East is being steered by a very small group of people. And their governments allow for this to happen. The West, that's not the case. Generally, not the case. And what you can do is, if you can't get it done with our current government, and you need to compete with other governments that do it publicly, you can still do it. And it's a brutal thing to say. To us as Americans, of course, and being from a representative democracy, right? And it involves all of the West. It involves Europe. It involves South America. It involves all of our partners in the East. It involves Australia, Greenland, you name it. You're from the West, or you're aligned with the West and those Western values, even if that's not future government, as to serve this new economy. The point that I'm trying to make here is that when you look back on those ages, when you look back in like the 1830s, we had our first industrial revolution. I'll show you guys something. There's a book that I'm reading right now. Here, I'll show it to you. This is one of the books I'm reading. I'm going to put that in the camera or whatever, if you can see that right there. This is a 1929 copy of The Industrial Revolution in the 18th Century by Mantow. And when I'm looking back on those years, right? Like when you look back on like our civil war in this country, you look back on like how we paid for it and the people that were behind this. You have England to some extent and Europe to some extent giving up, loosening the reins of hegemony. You have the expansion in the West to the United States to America. It becomes the United States of America. And you have a lot of stuff going on in Europe at that time period too. A lot of failing governments, a lot of failing grasps of power around the world. And there's an expansion of the West. And you also have a new age coming into being. And you have money and power that knows no nation. To this day. Knows no nation. This is power from the West and money from the West. And these are governments that are similar or look a lot like our governments today, to some extent, that were used as vehicles to push forward this hegemony. And even if we're living in this time right now, you can look back actually in the 1860s, in the turn of the century, 1860s, turn of the century, into 1945 and 50. That even when we were a representative democracy, these people did whatever needed to be fucking done to make this happen. And I'm applying some of that to this bubble, which is, you might think to yourself, we got to pop the AI bubble. And there are powers that'll put that fucking money up. They'll change those laws. They'll do things that are classified or just not public. They can turn into warfare, civil wars, all kinds of stuff. You see some of it today, right? But my point here is that when I have my outlook for next year, I'm looking at it and I'm like, the basis of popping the bubble, what does that really mean? Is it popping the bubble where all these companies go away? is this future not the future we're going to be coming into at some point? And that manifest destiny shit is real. They will prop this shit up. I mean, they being banks and financiers, heads of state. This isn't like an unknown they. They've always been in power. You can name their names off. They've had names that gone back 300 fucking years. So my only point there is, when you have the fascination of we're gonna dump all this shit and allow the ace to go and do and jump leapfrog ahead like this, it's not true. It really isn't. You can look at manufacturing building in the United States. You can look at manufacturing machine building in the United States. You can look at the fucking rise of data centers in the United States. You can look at the quest for more power in the United States. Whether we're building rebuilding, restarting nuclear power, wind farms, solar, whatever that may be, drill, all avenues in this race. And this market can be held up. This market can moon. I mean moon, like moon, to win, whether you like it or not. Whether you want to see China go through an AI bubble pop and the U.S. go through an AI bubble, I promise you it's not like that. It wasn't like that in the nuclear arms race. It wasn't like that in the space race. It wasn't like that in the manufacturing and industrial revolution. It wasn't like that. It was forward. And it did not stop until when? Till the 1930s. That shit started in the 1830s. Didn't end until the 1930s. And then we got another rollover in 1942, right? Another one in 1942, right? But when you start thinking about this stuff on time frames,
Brent crude futures settle at $62.45
and
a
you're like,
barrel,
well, this is
down
the top.
72 cents or 1.14%.
I don't know. Relatively speaking, I don't think so. I don't think the bubble is going to be popped. Like that's the top of the bubble. And there's all kinds of ways they can run with this. They can send us sideways for a year and then restart it right back up again. And pump. They can get panicky and just start ripping it. And the progress can be, exponential as time moves forward. It's so fast. I was watching Stranger Things, the new season, and the opening 20 minutes, I was fucking flabbergasted. It was all AI, the whole thing. The whole fucking thing. It was all absurd. Like guy flying around, being thrown up and down 30 feet, 40 feet up and down like a superhero. And then I'm watching how it was filmed and how it was pushed out. And I watched the documentary this week about the last two James Cameron reprints of Terminator and the one with Arnold Schwarzenegger where he was like him and his wife. He was hiding that he was a spy from his wife. And they did that with AI. And dude, when I'm watching this shit, I'm just like, I was telling my wife, I'm like, I don't know that we're in the singularity at the moment, but we're in it. She's like, what do you mean? I'm like, we're in the fucking singularity. If there's like a plane and there's a curve coming down, there you go, get up there. We're in the fucking thing right now. We're right in the fucking middle of it. And it's happening so fucking fast. After watching Stranger Things, I went to some subreddits where they're showing videos of people making movies. These are fanfics of movies of games they play. Like, it's absurd. It's absurd. The speed at which some of this stuff is moving. It's fucking mind-boggling. And I think I want to say that if you were alive in like 1830 and then let's say you made it through the 1930s, made it 100 years. Like that change, what you must have seen in that change must have been mind-boggling to anyone alive at that time period. And I realize that a lot of this like AI stuff is garbage. A lot of it's going to get flushed out, but it's the basis to make the change as you like you're making jumps and jumps and jumps and jumps and jumps. And no one cares about the failures along the way. It's a footnote in history. They care about the fucking car that stayed on the goddamn road. And the lights that turned on the street lights became lights for a hallway. And then lights in a house. You know what I mean? And then everybody's got a telephone, right? Everybody's got lights. Everybody's got heat. Central heat. We started out with a fireplace in a building, and they put 2 on each side. And Thomas Jefferson made them efficient. Before you know, we had wood stoves. Before you know, you had actual steam. Turn of the century. Central heat in home. Like, can you imagine what that was like for people? It must have been mind-boggling. Mind-boggling. Never have to worry about heat in the winter again, or lights at nighttime, or having to sleep when it goes dusk. Lamplighter's gone, right? All these different things are just gone, and then a new world, right? And so I want you to think about that at the end of this year, when we come into next year, and the bubble popping, and who would support this? You know, they're all eating each other. Well, who's doing the fucking eating? No one asked that fucking question. No one out there right now is asking, like when you show those diagrams of the companies that are eating each other, who the fuck do you think they are? You're the people with wealth. The people with power. You got the U.S. having vested interests in publicly traded companies, right? They're all in with each other. And you're the pleb, and I'm the pleb, saying they're going to lose. They're all clamoring for the top. They're all clamoring to be what? The next fucking Rockefeller. I saw a meme recently that said something like there was never billionaires. There were billionaires. We had fucking billionaires at the turn of the century. We created magnets of industry. Then there are people alive today that think, I want to be the next John D. Rockefeller, and I'm willing to fight these other 10 guys. Or maybe we're not really fighting those guys. My grandkids and my great-grandkids and my great-great-grandkids, they did it back then too, and they were all still rich today. We're really fighting those guys over there. And so you have to outlast those guys. So even if you manufacture it, that's what you do. I want you to consider that as we go into this new year. I think it's precedent right now to consider that when we have talk about popping the bubble. Or what is a pop of the bubble? Is it somewhere where we go sideways for a year? Maybe we have a major low or something. 5,600, we come back. Bubble popped? Ask yourself that question. Is the bubble popped at 5,600? I guarantee if you ask a bubble popper that question, he's going to say, fuck you, no. So consider that into next year. Is popping the bubble washing out some of these AI companies, then rolling out new one in IPOs?
So when Trump is now speaking, we have put a video out on the feed for those interested.
I want to ask, because I don't think that's pop. I don't think that's the bubble you were talking about. Are you going to be at the guy next year going, let's say we close 5,600 next year, and Wall Street tells you we popped the bubble. You know what the bulls are going to say? Yeah, we popped the bubble, bro. Let's go back and get some more of the AI shit they're going to launch. But you know that the guy that right now, today, that's saying we're going to pop the bubble does not consider that popping the fucking bubble, do they? Do they? And I think that the 95 to 2000 as the example is a good example. But how about
Trump
tonight?
refers to Kevin Hassett as the potential Fed chair.
Like, is it in that 5-year period? Is it a 10-year period? Is it a 30 or 40-year period? And if you look at companies like Apple and Amazon, you own that share then and owned it now, you're doing pretty well, right? You owned some shares in Qs or SPX, NDX or something. You're pretty fucking wealthy today. If this is a continuation of the 90s, and now we're in 2025, does it top? You're saying the bubble's at top in 2027? What if it doesn't? We haven't even rolled out OpenAI yet. You know that they're going to use the same fucking playbook as Amazon, right? You know that, right? I'll tell you right now. They're going to use the same playbook as Amazon when they roll out OpenAI. It's going to be similar to either that or Apple. They haven't opened that fucking thing up public yet, have they? These are the same fucking people. That's how the fraud goes on, right? So there's noise of that right now. You can hear like some of the outlooks for next year are pretty positive. Like, we're going up, bro. I think this is like a normal, natural top would be this year. I think it was last year. I thought we got the extension by the drawdown this spring. That drawdown that we experienced in February to April allowed the market to go where we are today. So when you see that as the example in February through April, we do some shit like that here next year. What are you going to say? Did we pop the bubble last February and April? Let me know. What if they do that again next year? We pop the bubble then? Probably not. So you may want to consider that for 26. If you're a bubble popper, Trump just referred to Kevin Hassett as a potential Fed chair. If you're thinking about that bubble popping, I am. I mean, or is this the top? You know, is 5,600 enough for you as a bubble popper? If they tell you they popped the bubble at 5,600, you're going to believe it? I don't think so. I would have the shocked Pikachu face as they launched OpenAI down there, though. Be like, look at that. You know, and then all of a sudden we're more like this. And then you got a bubble that's more, at least this time around. You got a bubble that's like this. And within that bubble, there's another bubble, isn't there? So, think about that as we move forward into next year and the year after. And I want you to think about hegemony. And you got to remember something here. I'm a Democrat. I do not want to do this without a say. I want a fucking say in this. I do. I have the ability. I'm an American. I haven't lost that
PBS,
right yet.
The U.S. military struck a boat on September 2nd 4 times.
But I don't think it's done yet.
And according
I
to
have
AP
to be honest
News,
with
Trump administration threatens
what the West wants
holding
to do.
snap from Democrat-led
It's okay to be a Democrat
states.
and say hegemony. You know, you either get with it or you get run over in it, and or at least be aware of it in the background going on. But to just point blank be like, well, we shouldn't do this, we shouldn't do that, or this is not right, it's unjust. You're going to be the fucking loser in that. You'll get run the fuck over. You know what I mean? You can still fight for, you know, protection and all that, but to not see it clear as day that it's happening, especially as it applies to the stock market, is dangerous. It's one thing for you to lose your rights and stuff, but you're trading money in the stock market. and to think that that bubble's being popped like fucking this January, I think you're out of your fucking minds. I don't think it's gonna pop until this new, whatever the fuck this is. It's robotics and machine learning and quantum and new power generation and general AI, and it's until that shit is not quite mature, but mature enough. When it's accepted, when everybody's using it, you can kind of remember this too, can't you? Even in the last internet age, once the bubble popped in that one, it was adopted, right? Everybody had it. They funded what? All the laying all the pipes with all the wires in it, right? They built out the entire fucking infrastructure for the internet, didn't they? You had a bunch of different choices for it. You were all paying for it. It all consolidated at that time. And I think if you look back in the 1800s, back at the turn of the century, there was a lot of bad things that happened too along the way in that age, right? There were wars that were fought all over the world. There was minerals being mined from places, right? Silver was mined in the U.S., wasn't it? It was mined on the West Coast. Where did that money go? Where did all those metals go? They didn't go to the U.S. Went to Europe. Paid for our war.
Trump says Trump accounts available starting July 4th, 2026.
Think about that stuff as it applies where we are. So when you're looking for like the bubble to pop, I don't know that we're there. And I don't know that we're there. We're going to pop the actual bubble, and I don't know that they won't prop this up. Wealth, power, greed. Even if it's fraudulent. And if you can't do it with a dictator, can't do it with some form of socialism with a dictator. It's China, right? You have an oligarchy. I don't know if I call it an oligarchy. There's an oligarchy in there, but there's also a form of dictatorship and also using the rules of everyone, right? With a small Politburo of some kind. Have you ever seen Z in those meetings?
Would have to
he
provide
drags people out,
records.
doesn't he? He's done that. It's on film. Can't do that here in the States, right? Can't do that in Europe. So you have to find a way around it to do it. Whether it's public or not, you have to compete. You can't just say we're not going to compete with that. So consider that in the next year. It's not. I'll try to reformat it and write it out for you. I've spoken about it a few times. But I'd be very conscious of two things next year. If this is the top, do they run it up? They run up at the beginning of the year, like vertical. That's what they did in 96, I think. It was between 95 and 97. They had a sideways year, but they ramped this fucker. Like, woof. And then whatever they came back for, it didn't matter. And so they were able to like put in a bunch of crashes and stuff. But we never revisited a bunch of shit either. It was like wham, straight down, wham, straight back up. And then right back off and running.
U.S. Treasury yields pair decline after Trump
and we have an example of it
introduces Hassett as the potential Fed chair. 10-year yield last down 1 basis point at 4.087%.
We do that for like 2-3 more years. Can you imagine this summer going through this another 3 or 5 times? Yeah.
According to Nikkei, Mitsubishi Motors mulls joint U.S. production with Nissan. According to Nikkei, Mitsubishi Motors mulls joint U.S. production with
crazy,
Honda.
Right? Bunch of fucking like crashes and ramps. We're down 20%. Where are we going next? We're going to a bear market. How about we go up 30%, 40%? I don't want to do that. Bubble's being popped. I don't think so. I think they're going to ramp it again, man. Just keep that on your plate as we come into the new year. I think some of that is probably bleeding through in outlooks for next year. If you're starting to pick up on outlooks from JPM and GS and all the other fucking players out there. I think the best way to say it is along with seatbelts. Put your seatbelts on, make sure you're hedged in major times of the year. Spring, fall, put a fucking seatbelt on, a hedge. When we come into this top, whatever the fuck this is, we're hedging. And be open to longs. So long with seatbelts, right? So you're long on the upside move. You put a seatbelt on for the downside move, and you're open to a turnaround that's vicious to the upside. I'm gonna tell you guys something. I'm weirded the fuck out by this stuff. Like, I was talking to my wife about this over Thanksgiving. I'm like, I can't believe I'm having this conversation with you right now. I'm like, I was like, my only reference point for this is my mom and dad when I was.
Boeing extends gains to 10%, sees generating cash again next year.
It started when I was like 9. And then, like, I'm on this Commodore 64 I played a ColecoVision. I didn't play Atari. I played Coleco. My cousin played Atari. I played a Coleco. Then I played, Nintendo C64. I remember by the time we got into the internet age, when you're coming into the internet age, like, we had the dial-up mode. Like, we had the dial-up, but not like the internet age. We had like the dial-up with the cassette. But then I remember we got the modem for a dial-up over telephone for websites on AOL for me, I think it was. But this is how I recollect it. But I remember my mom and dad were about my age today. And they refused to see what the future was. They refused.
USPS suspends
I don't know if it was
receiving mail from
because
some
they
countries.
were afraid of it. Didn't want to continue to learn. They didn't want to acknowledge it. They were like, I'm tired, whatever it may be. It's insane, or I'll never enjoy this. I don't want to like this, or whatever that may be. And they were slowly left behind as the decades passed. And my parents today, that's been many years now.
So USPS posts a notice suspending service from Russia and Venezuela.
They don't know. They turn on the TV still. They have cable still. Their form of internet usage is Facebook, posting shitty memes to their, like elderly. They're not elderly yet, but they're coming into being elderly. But I guess maybe they're 70s. They're starting to get into their elderly years, 70 to 90. But they have no relationship with that future. And I'm talking to my wife, and I'm like, my own mind is telling me right now. I'm talking to my wife, and I'm like, my own mind is telling me this isn't happening. And I'm like, that's fake. That was probably the shit that my dad was telling himself. This isn't happening. Don't believe it. Even if it does happen, you don't care. It doesn't matter. But it does matter to me. So I'm like, I guess I got to know all about it and acknowledge that this is the future. And I bet you it's scary too, right? It's got to be scary. For older people, it's got to be scary. Kids, is probably not. They really don't give a fuck. Middle age, you're probably like 30 years old, you're probably freaking the fuck out. But if you're a trader in the stock market and you're not working a job, like swinging a hammer every day of the week, even if you swing a hammer, but if you're in the stock market, you can't not acknowledge that stuff. It is very important for you as a participant, as a retail or professional participant in the stock market in particular. If you're not already working in tech, or you're not an engineer or something like that, a doctor or an attorney or something that's realizing this stuff, in a profession that realizes this stuff, you have to acknowledge it. It's very important for you to see the clarity of it, and that it's not bullshit. They're not spinning yards. You can't if you can stick your head in there and say, It's all going to crash. It's all coming back. There's not going to be none of this, none of that, none of that. It's just not true. They'll run this shit till it breaks. Not just stock market, but that tech. They'll run it till it breaks, so they blow some shit up, one way or another. It's the tale as old as time. Tale as old as time. Goes all the way back to Rome. So, all the way back to Rome. So, think about that stuff as we move forward into next year. I think next year is going to be an unusual. Did you guys get call spreads? Told you how many times now. Are you not listening to me? I get some goddamn call spreads for Wednesday or Friday to print. I gave you the goddamn 2 targets. They're up here. Right up here. Up there. 687, 685, 64. That's a free goddamn trade. Stop listening to these fucking bears. But think about that in this new year, over the holidays. Think about if you're like 40 or older, and you're like, "There's no way this is going to happen." Oh my God, this happened. There's no way that's going to happen. It may not impact your life, but if you're a market participant, it could. In a very negative way if you don't think it can happen. I think that it can. I think that a lot of participants don't realize that they're not in control. We're going to compete to the end until they stop or we stop. We're not going to kill that market or that that quest for who has first general AI in the world. We will fight for it, and we will do any and everything to make that happen. And I mean it, like everything to make it happen. %. Might I close that shade for me, please? You can't hear me. All alone. All alone. Hold on. I'm just going to call her. Can't call her. Send her an email or something. I'll send her an email right now. Hold on here. What's her email address? Compose. No, here we go. Ready? Read. Do you want to have hot sex before the girls come home? Question mark. I can't move, but I feel really good when I lie on a hard floor. Lay on a hard floor. By the way, wait a minute. And if not, can you close the shades facing the sun is blasting in? Love. The dirty old man. There we go. Bam. Ooh. See if that works. She's gonna read this and be like, "No, I ain't fucking having sex with him." Oh, he wants to close the shades? Okay, do that. See if I get a response. I should have said, please respond. She hasn't closed the shades yet, so I haven't seen anything. I don't know if she's read it or not. I'm getting so much trouble. She probably doesn't even know I'm saying this to you guys. She can't hear me, so she doesn't even know I sent this. She doesn't even know that I told you that I sent this. We'll see what happens. Still no response. Shade's still open. The sun went down.
The article from Nikkei right now for Mitsubishi mulling joint US production with Nissan and Honda on the feed for those interested.
Thank you for your attention to this matter. Damn it. That's how I should have signed off. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Nope, that didn't work. I send her a ping. Damn it. Oh yeah, keep going up.
Dutch minister says he has arrangements with China on possible visit to discuss Nexperia.
Oh yeah, arrangements. Here's our one. We've already been here before. We should blast up through it. We're going up this way right here. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Should I ping her with it? Maybe I should send it to her. Maybe I'll hit her with another one. Hold on. I'm going to forward it to her other email address. Hold on. Word.
According to Petro,
now I'm going to write.
He says a U.S. attack to our sovereignty would be a war declaration. So just to reiterate, Petro says a U.S. attack to our sovereignty would be a war declaration.
No, she hasn't read it yet. Oh yeah, pump it. Take all their puts away from them. Oh yes. Yes. Oh yeah. Push it harder. Still no shades closed. She didn't find that funny if she read it at all, did she? She probably definitely didn't like the I sent her another one, another email that said, thank you for your attention to this matter. No way she's going to be happy with me. All those call spreads doing right now. Look at them. No, God damn it, dude. She's gone. She could have read it because I heard her pretty loud there. And she definitely couldn't hear me talking to you guys. Come on, save the day for me. $321 right now. That was me. She wants nothing to do with me. She's gone, and she made a loud. I could hear the door close outside. She might have listened to the. She might have got the email. Let me check and see. No. No, it doesn't look like she's checked it yet. She's gone. She's definitely gone. Damn. Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. We're going to go up. We're going up here. We're going right up there. This is where we're going. We're going right up here. I think we gap up overnight. She's not coming back. Trump says potential Fed chair is here as he introduces Hassett at the White House meeting. I'm going to start strikes on land here soon. I bet we start those strikes on the 20th. I bet we don't attack until OPEX. Let me... You ready for this? Hold on. Invasion of Panama timeline. Ready? So, key events included the authorization of the invasion on December 17th after a U.S. Marine was killed. Let me see if I can. Okay, here we go. So we had a trigger. December 16th, Panamanian leader Manuel Noriega is declared maximum leader. and a U.S. Marine is fatally shot by Panamanian soldiers. So you have to trigger some kind of an event to trigger the land invasion. On December 17th, President George H.W. Bush authorized the invasion of Panama. On December 20th, the U.S. forces launched Operation Just Cause, a military action to depose Noriega. So you're probably looking for two things at this point. You're probably looking for some kind of U.S. Instigation that is met with force. So you probe and probe and probe and probe until a plane is shot down, a boat is hit, there's some kind of casualty, at least if we're looking back on the last time this happened. Something that takes place for something that shows, it doesn't have to be a death of a U.S. soldier, but there has to be some kind of a, you can see here in the 16th of December, it says, Panamanian leader Manuel Noriega is declared maximum leader, and a U.S. Marine is fatally shot by Panamanian soldiers. So you're probably looking for some kind of a fuck right off from Maduro, and then some kind of an action from him as well. Whether that's, I don't know, we found this or found that, or took a swipe or a shot of some kind. From there, it's 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th. When was OpEx in December of... When was OpEx? December. So the December OpEx was December 15th. And literally 2 days later, is when the wheels went to motion. OpEx this year is the 19th or 20th. So what's that, 23rd, 24th? You could even have a front running of price right now to 700, 705, and then if this is more dangerous than Panama, maybe the top does go in on the 23rd or 24th this year. If you're going to argue the 700 early and 705, 720, you could argue that we wouldn't even go down here. We'd hit 700 on OpEx, 7,000 on OpEx, and then you'd have a few more days of Ramporama. You'd have Christmas early, and no one would be on the trade. Trading 682.87 right now with a half an hour leg, left leg up. We've got our second target on the day. We still haven't hit it. It is right here. 685. 684.91. If you look at it like a full comparison from 89, you would see 7,000 by the 23rd. I believe in, I don't think it's because, well, it's oil, but it has to do with oil and natural resources and access to the Pacific. It's the Monroe Doctrine, and then Teddy Roosevelt had a lot to do with it too. You have Belt and Roads from Russia and China all over the place in Mexico and Central and South America right now. ports being run, manufacturing facilities. You gotta remember when we did NAFTA and then MCA, we offered our partners, one of them being Mexico, to manufacture goods for the United States. And you know what Mexico did? They didn't do that. What they did was they agreed to it, and then China circumvented their responsibility to the international community, and they swooped around and started manufacturing in Mexico. They didn't hold up their part of the deal either. The U.S. is giving one more gentle reminder with a fucking stick. For a multitude of reasons. The security so that you have toilet paper, maybe not toilet paper, but so that you have your junk you want to buy, basically. They want manufacturing to be done in the U.S., Mexico. They want access to what we need to do to fight China. Whether you agree or disagree with that, I don't know. I get it. When you take like the stock market hat off, I get it. Like, why can't we all get along? It ain't gonna happen. It's not how it happens. There's always someone with a bigger stick, right? And it's not just us, it's them too. The hegemony is not just one person trying for hegemony. It's usually more than one person. Trying to break above 682.80 right now. This is the trend line. This line. This is not a resistance line. This is only the direction that I showed you where we're going. We're just coming back into that line right now. Trading 684, and I want you to know if we break above this green line right here, it's a gap up into 6,900. Gap up above from here. So see this right here? A break above can lead to a 50-point SPX gap up. Okay, just be aware of that. So you can see it down here. And I also want to warn you on this gap up that the half an hour and hourly trigger are crossing above. So if you're a bear here, I want you to know that the half an hour and hourly trigger are fucking chasing SPX right now to the upside. Do not fuck with the gap up overnight. Go on socials and warn bears. If you're a bear like your bear friends, watch the fuck out. Yeah, it's going to go vertical. There's a fair chance of a gap up overnight. Probably like a 70% chance of a gap up. I think we hit the first, I think we gap up and hit that first target and then come back down and we'll get the second one.
Trump ends remarks at the White House event.
Or we could just fade the whole day too. If we hit the 87 overnight, we could just fade sideways. Congrats if you're long BA. Jumped 10%. Trump just ended his remarks at the White House. Half hourly trigger right below him. Half hour trigger is already crossing on SPX, like right here. This is the half an hour trigger on SPX. It's slightly higher than the hourly and half hour on SPY.
1 minute remaining for the market on close imbalance. Ten seconds. Market on close imbalance, S&P 500, buy side 617 million, Nasdaq 100, buy side 285 million, Dow 30, buy side 161 million, Mag 7, buy side 512 million.
Sorry, I'm going over crowd right now. We got some stuff inside the Discord and crowd on their earnings, what expectations are. Eight minutes left to the close.
Reminder at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, Bank of England's Bailey is due to speak in an interview on CNN.
So here I'll Come on. Let's see if we can go over here and watch this one. Crowd. Something like this. That's right there. Is they gonna move here? Some kind of flush in here. I don't know if they're gonna shank that, and then you get your big move right here. Get that one over there in the end of the month, right there. Let's watch together. $528.5, I think I got. $526.22. Right there. I think. Yeah, I like the idea of the push up higher in the after hours. I like the fade on Wednesday into Friday down to the 5th or 8th. And then I like the bigger power move over here. There's some potential for a new high right in here. There's some potential to hit these. But I don't think you're going to hit them. I'm assuming that 7.5 is right here. Was the 7.5 for this week's expiry? I think that's kind of bonkers. I don't think you hit that today. What's the downside move in this? I'll look at it right now. Hold on. We got 3 minutes left. It's a 6.7% move. So this is the upside move being priced in on this next expiry on December 5th. Won't hit that. No. And you're going to get the upside move to, I think, right about here. 526 right here. The downside move is December 5th, 481. That's way the fuck down here. Oh, damn. I don't think you're going to get that either. Ooh, I love selling calls up here and selling puts down here. I love the straddle here. I think you're going to go up here. You're going to come down here, and your best bet is there. And then that's when you're going to get you'll finally hit that target over here. Your next expiry is the 15th. So you will fill that right there, which is good. And then the 26th is 46. Yep, you'll be fine over here. 17th. You can go all the way up there, and it ain't gonna matter. You'll steal. They can sell you all these calls. These won't print either. This is where I think you're gonna be, somewhere just like this. Something just like that. You can sell calls to this all day long. They ain't printing. They're not gonna print the puts, and 0 of these calls are going to actually go in the money of the expected move. That's what I've got. See what happens. This is going to be kind of wonked out how it looks, but I've got a target of 526.21 after the bell. You, Amy? Our SPY calls good here? Hold on a second here. Can I? Oh. No. Wrong way. Up. Oompa. Can I look at you, Amy? Yeah, I can look at you, Amy. January. No, wait a minute. Sorry, I'm not in the middle of all this right now. Hold on a second here. You, Amy. When is their earnings? They already had their earnings. You, Amy. Dude, I got the sunlight in the face. She didn't love me. You, Amy, context. You want to look at it really quick? Let's look at it. We'll come back to crowd. They hit a high just then of 520.78. I'm not seeing anything on crowd right now. Okay, let's look at this for a minute. Hold on. Let's stay on crowd for just a moment. Yeah, you got to embrace the stupid here. Oh, yeah. Oh, No, we gotta go higher. This is all you need to tag right here. Hold on. You might have gotten it. Yeah, hold on. You didn't get it yet. Go higher. All you gotta do, you don't have to go any higher. You just gotta hit this number. Just hit that number right there. No. If you hit this number right here, if you hit this number right here, hit that number right there. No matter what happens afterwards, we're going up there. You gotta hit the number. You gotta hit the number. I don't care what you do afterwards. You just gotta hit the note. No. Nope. You just gotta hit the number. It's all I need. Magic number right there. That's the magic number. Magic number. It's the magic number. Just hit it. I don't care how stupid it gets. I don't care if it goes down. Just hit the number. We can go all the way down to I don't care where you go because it's coming right back up there. You can pay all those puts out. Do whatever you want to do, Dale, or do whatever you don't do. Just hit the number. Just hit the magic number. Okay, we're going to look at UAMI. This is a good company, by the way. And we've covered these guys in the past. I think that they have really good financials. They got shanked, of course, on their earnings, but they were already up like $1 bazillion. I think it was like $12 and they came up from like $1. All right, we'll check back over here in a minute. Oh. Maybe not. Oh! Oh, yeah. Just slap that upside. Just hit the magic number. We don't need to print on this bullshit up here. We just need this number right here. Just that number right there. That's going to piss off a lot of people who hit that number. A lot of angry people, a lot of angry bears who hit that number. Oh, what kind of, how do I do that? I think Bork was talking to me about that. Yeah, I think Bork was telling me that shit. Bork was telling me. No, that Winky was telling me. No, just a little bit higher. That's the magic number up there. Hold on, we're going to go and look at UAMI really quick. All right, I haven't looked at that in a long time. I wrote it down. Winky told me once about lights that I could hook up to the show that you guys could vote on and turn them on and off and up and down the color of the lights. I also bought, when he said that, I bought a fog machine, a laser machine, like big time, like expensive ones. And I could get costumes and shit if I do that whole like stupid shit about closing the shades or whatever. Maybe do mood music. And I've got music here. You could turn on the music whenever you want. I didn't do it the last time because I didn't do it the last time because I didn't. Oh, yeah. Give it to me. Send it where I want. No. No. Dude, I'm like a penny away. No. 525.13 is not good enough. No. Nope. No. I said get the fuck up there. I will look into it because I have improved my compute. So I may be able to do that now when I do the new office, where you can force me to do shit on the show. Like you could actually force like screen changes to different charts. You could force music. You could force new camera angles. You could force, I don't know exactly how to do it anymore, but he showed me and I did get the shit to do it. And when I tried to do it before, I got the smart, that's what it was. It was smart plugs, smart switches and stuff like that with controllers tied into Twitch. I will look into that again. And I have most of the shit. I will look into it again. And if I have to, I'll hire someone to build it for me. We got the money now to do it. So I will have that. And I will have cool ass shit. I will have cool ass shit for that. No, up. Yes. No. Yes. Just like, yes. We're not done. Nope, it's the magic number. Yes. Give me the magic number. Yes. No. Yes. The magic number has been hit. Attention. Yeah. Woo. Oh, that's a baddie right there. I didn't tell you what that one was, did I? That's how you go higher right there. You could literally burn from here and it doesn't fucking matter. See that tick right there? That was the naughty. That was the bad guy. Oh, that was really bad. That opened all kinds of doors. If you're in a call spread, you don't give a fuck what happens from here. That shit's going moon one way or another. I don't give a fuck where we go to the downside. That was the magic door right there. Oh, yeah, magic number. Oh, yeah, let me rub it. Yeah, I'll rub that. Yeah. That was the magic number. That magic number opened up all those highs. And it don't matter how long it takes. It don't matter if they slow you down to the open tomorrow. It ain't mattering. That was the magic door. Congratulations, you did it. That's all you needed. Very good. I could do the toilet cam. I would totally do it too. I would do like the toilet cam, like with at least my face or something. I would totally do the toilet cam. I would. It'd be fucking great. I wouldn't give a flying fuck. Sugar, 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 sugar. I thought he's got a Toto ball. I'm just playing with the toilet paper over here, boys. So let's take a quick look. Let's just go UAMI really quick. So let's talk about UAMI because this is really good. This is a good one to look at. The thing you always want to look at this stuff is where did that shit start? Where did it end up? What does it tell you? And then where the fuck are those bars? You understand? These guys cranked. These guys were accumulated at 60 cents, $1.41, 206. And this is really where you want to be looking, right about here. I want to show you this right here. Go, gather around. Gather around. This was the biggie right here. Right there. That's the important one. That was the white line. And as soon as you hit those white lines, you're like, tick, I don't give a fuck where we go. We're going up. And it's not always every time, but it is a good thing to be thinking about. Now, the other thing you got to think about here, too, is you've got a bunch of pumps here, right? You got a pump right here. That was the trigger. So I would consider that trade of accumulation dead. And I would start this right here. I would say 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is your 5. Now you might be looking at this going, what the fuck is that, Cappy? That's a 5. That's an extension. Now, a bunch of you would say, well, that's not a 5 cap. Your 5's right here. We flat corrected. And we started a whole new sequence in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. You can see it right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you got 1, 2, 3, 5. You got a flat correction in here. We held the hourly trigger, started a new sequence. I tend to disagree with that. I would say that this 5 is still within this same trade up here. And I would also say to you that if you look right here, you can actually see this is more of an extension. Trade was still dead over here, and it came back down. Okay? So then you got to think about a couple things here. You have the first corrective, real true corrective move right here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, right? 1, 2, 3. Okay. We came back up over here. We failed to get a new high. No problem. We'll go right back down again and do it again. 1, 2, and 3. We had a failure to make a new high all over. So we're going down again, right? So what the fuck is going on over here? There's been no way to buy a dip here. Literally none. I can't see one. So you're like, what the hell is going on over here? You got to start thinking about this like this right here. And this over here. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to snap a line right down in here. About there. And we're going to snap this one now right here, right there. This is the initiation. Yeah, that's why I'm being asked. Okay. Okay. This is why I'm being asked. All right. This is the setup for you, Amy. Okay. So it does not matter where UAMI goes from here. The only thing you need to know, I just drew it out for you. You can come back and watch this on your own. I drew back for you and showed you the 5 impulse move. There was an extension in there with its own 5, but it had nothing to do with the actual move. This is the actual instigation of that move. It's either here or here. You're going to assume that they're right here. They've moved up. But they could be lower. They could be down here. So we're going to get rid of that as well. The only thing that I would say to you here would be, the only thing is you cannot buy this. You should begin to see accumulation as we come down here, which there is, and there likely will be here. There could also be some more down here too. But you can see that it was parked down here and it was immediately bought. I would expect that. I would expect this to be bought, and I would expect this to be bought too on like a week, weekday or two or something like that. But that's not what's important. What's important is that you have a reference point now. You have a high right here. And the only thing that you care about is this able to make that new high? That's really it. Don't care about that line either. The only thing you're caring about here is, do we get a new high? Now, you might be asking, should I accumulate here or accumulate here? I disagree with that for right now. I always like so let's say you get the new high up here. I always like the strength up here and then the back test over here. And then I like this part of the trade. This is my favorite part of the trade right here. But you got to have that new high. And I would prefer that you hold this right here. I like the show of strength, and then the buyers and the dip buyers over here to take that trade right here. This is where the money is. Now, I think buying it here is not the way to go either. What about that part of the trade cap? I don't like that either. The percentage chance of you not getting swooped to go down, drag you down just a little bit more, and then you get the high. Finally, you come back, right? Finally get the high, and then that's where the money is. Cha-ching again, make the money there, and then you're up and out of here and away. You can get annihilated in here, and dealers can destroy you. So I would say 2 things. I would say this is an accumulation zone for shares. $5.25. I think the pain is down at $4.55. I think that if you see any kind of price action while accumulating shares, let's say you see any kind of price action where you get a new low over here at any point, not in this timeline, I don't care how long it takes. See a new low down here, I would be cutting out of you, Amy. Cut my losses. And I think if you're going to buy shares here, that's fine. Buy shares here, it's fine. DCA, leave some cash left over. If at any point you're buying shares and you see this new high and this holds, you start selling fucking puts right here, buying calls, and make a bunch of money. Okay? I think accumulating shares here is fine. Accumulating shares here is fine too. I just want to check one last thing. I just want to check their financials really quick if I can. I remember this company being a financially good company, so I just want to check them one more time, make sure I'm right on this. Tight. Can't remember if this is a shitco or not. Is this spec growth or shitco? I can't remember. Yeah, their revs are fucking outstanding. They're fucking baller. Their expected revs are through the goddamn roof too. The revenue estimates in 2028 or 26 are fucking stupid. Now they did fuck up their their earnings per share were dog shit, but their expectations for next year are through the roof. So I still think it's fine to just buy shares here. I love buying shares here. I like the first instance of a beat of this up here. Like you're adding shares, maybe DCA some down here. I wouldn't sell puts down here. But if you see like that rip back up here, you see that pop up here. As soon as it comes back down, I would actually sell puts here. You'll get the fifth wave up, and then you'll come back down and start a new corrective move. And this would be your new 5 wave above. So I do like buying shares here. You might be stuck in it for a bit, but I don't think it matters. I think you're going to get a nice payout at some point. So I'm pretty positive here on UAMY, and I can see why you asked about UAMY. You know what I'm saying, Arkansas Laughter? That wasn't an easy one to see, man. You can go back in the video and you can see where I drew those lines. Those are important. You can see that inside of here, that was its own thing. And this was its own thing. And somebody should have said to you, this is an extension here. This is an extension. The trade was dead right here, and you could actually see it matches right up with the drop in here. And they fucking took it right back down to the initiation of this trade. And I think the initiation of this trade is, I took the line out here, but right here you can see this right here created a new trade. So as soon as that happened and came back, people were watching and they go, fuck it, I'm buying all that right there. So they bought that daily trigger, and that was 1 right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So some slick ass motherfucker knew over here it was party time. So you're gonna expect that if you're gonna expect that if this is the first move here, you're gonna expect that they're gonna come in over here. You're gonna expect they're gonna come in like right here. There can be an argument made that the trade is lower, that the trade is right here. Give me an argument made that it's like in here. Give me an argument made that it's like right fucking here. But I mean, if you're accumulating, I mean, this is bullish, right? Not bearish. This has a great future ahead of it. You'd expect this to move. So, 460, even if you hit that one right there, I don't think you're going to care about it. I think you're never going to look at that. You're going to be like, oh man, I bought that shit down there. It's, trading $500 or something. If you really wanted to be fucking cheap, if you think they're coming back for you, bottom of the barrel, $3.51. I don't think you're going to go that low, but maybe. This is the really OG gang. They're right here. 351, 399. But this is definitely the start of accumulation. Good job seeing that. So you make this CJJ. But I don't think this is gonna happen. I think it's a very low percentage chance. This is like a 5% chance. It could be in the, you could leave some money on the table for this. You could make this the daddy line. You get woken up at fucking 2 a.m, 3 a.m. or something. You normally don't see these in normal hours. So you do daddy line down here, like you're buying calls right here in cash market or something, and then you're like fucking 4 a.m. It's like straight down, back up, buy right out of here. 5% chance of this one. 15%. 30%. And I'd say 45 here and here, somewhere in there. This is the nice middle of the road. I'm giving this a little bit more because of people being stuck in the, like I'm looking at, this is their revs expectations here. This is December. They did fail on their EPS actual. But what matters about this is that all of tech has these expectations coming into 26. Like they have, like we go from lowering expectations to raising expectations. So we actually lowered expectations and then higher beats here, and they missed this one. But their financials are great. They're fucking I mean, look at these fucking financials. Year over year, 174%, 202%, 113%. They have a 202% year over year expected next year. So their growth is fucking outstanding. They're crushing it. I like them. Sell October 6th. That makes sense. Make some money. These guys all need to make money. All this makes sense. This isn't like doom and gloom. These fucking guys came from out of nowhere. 60 cents to trade. $20 fucking dollars. I think it's a pretty good day. The other thing too is they did hit $20.57. So what does that tell you? It tells you that sellers at 20 are weaker, right? Above 20. You would have failed 1849. You would have failed. You'd have failed like right here. They would have smashed your fucking brains in like right over here. That didn't happen. That's called the peak above. And so that door means that you're open to trading, $40, $50. It is a shitco. It might not work out, but they have real money coming in. That's the one thing about a company like this is they do have real money coming in. So start looking for a turn up here, or at least an accumulation in here. Good job asking about this stock. All right, what do we got on crowd over here? Yeah, they did everything they needed to do. They don't need to do shit anymore. That's all they needed to hit right here. This is very bullish for the future. It's literally all you need to hit right there. You actually hit 504. You didn't close this one. I would have liked to have seen this one get closed. You did hit this 4 hour. That's good to see. This got bought. See that 4 hour got hit? I would still like to see this one get closed. You hit the magic number. So you did hit this one down here, but I would really like to see I'd like to see this one hit in cash market, come down, hit this lower one, and then up. And you get kind of like the thing, you get the gap down there, leave the gap behind, come back up out of here. It's fine. It's good. I like it. Good job, crowd gang. If you're long crowd calls, you're likely going to see this hit in cash market and then sell it. You're not done. If you're not done as a cash market, you're going to go up here more than likely in cash tomorrow. Sell Wednesday's close, come back down here, and then it'll start rocketing. I'll see all of you tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. You guys have a great night. Happy Thanksgiving for any of you guys getting back into town, getting back into the swing of things. Any of you are still on vacation and through the holidays, taking it easy. I still think we have more up to go in SPY. I'll give the window of Wednesday close, Friday close. There is a bunch of funky ass shit. There's a bunch of funky ass shit if you're out there, if you're a bear. You got the onus is on you to be very good at what you do. And I would be short in futures. I would not be I don't have hindsight trading in this. It does not matter if you hit those numbers. If you couldn't hit them in cash market, I think the danger is to the cash market put buyer. I think I went over this enough earlier today, and I'll go over it again with you tomorrow. If you don't understand these concepts that I talked about with you today, throughout the course of today, we could do a private stream tomorrow if you wanted to, or on maybe Wednesday close, we could do it. I'd be looking up and looking to be a buyer of dips at this point. Now, we are not quite in back into risk on again. We are in risk on at the moment, but even though that we are, I want you to realize that in every major high, there are going to be a different kind of seller there. So it's not like a bearish thing. It's profit-taking end-of-year thing. So I want you to just be aware of that as we move forward. Though we're on risk on, it's not the same kind of risk on in a regular year.